Hey guys, it's PokeDude. Here's Misaki, and welcome back to Fate Hollow Ataraxia. As you can see here, we're about halfway through the game now. So, it's cool. Alright, so last time, Shiro and Sakura sent a letter to Rin on the third or fourth day, and now Rin is mysteriously here on the first day, having received the letter. Which, tells me that this time loop is only affecting Fuyuki, and the outside world is still progressing. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. So we're on the second day right now. We got something going on at school, or we can talk to Ryder at the house.
What is going on at school?
Go to school. Oh my.
Oh, that is a decent amount. We gotta go to school more often.
Because the thing is, like, we can only go to school in the morning on the first 2 days, I think, and then we're locked there for the rest of the day. I guess we'll talk to Rin.
Yeah, since we haven't seen her in a while, technically.
There's still time before class begins. I'll go visit the archery club. I've worried for a while now about Sakura, wondering whether the awkwardness she had when she first became captain has diminished at all. Right as I arrive at the entrance to the dojo, someone else walks up. There's no mistaking the impressive uniformed figure and those twin tails.
Oh, Omiya-kun? You're up pointlessly early as usual.
I could say the same about you, Tosaka. Here to submit a membership application?
You could say that. In the 6 months we have left before graduation, I thought, why not give rise to a spectacular new legend?
Behind the jokes, it seems she's looking out for Sakura in her own unique way. We've never seen her out and about so early if that weren't the case.
You came to watch too, didn't you?
Of course. Excuse me.
Senpai. Tosaka-senpai too. Oh, Tosaka and Emiya? Welcome, welcome. Come on in.
The other club members already packed up and left, so only Sakura and Mitsuzuri are inside. The two of them seem to be in the midst of a conversation.
Good morning, Ayako, Mato-san. Pardon my intrusion.
Saying that, Tosaka wastes no time making her way inside. It must have been quite a while since she last showed up at the archery range. Should I let her take the lead today?
Senpai, shall I head back first? What are you saying? These two are like archery club VIPs, and they picked the perfect time to show up. All of you stay a while. What? What makes it so important, Ayako?
We all sit down in the observer's area. Sakura's shoulders look a little tense from the strain.
Look, I talked to Emmy about this already. But don't you have any good ideas for us? No matter which of the club members I ask, it's impossible to get a straight answer out of them. Sorry to trouble you with this, Senpai. That's no problem. If you need advice, I'm always happy to help you out, Mato-san.
It may just be a part of the pose she always assumes while at school, but Tosaka seems to be brimming with confidence. I knew it was a good idea to bring her along. Feeling relieved, I'm suddenly drawn aside.
Shiro, any idea what's going on here?
What the heck? Are you saying you don't know, even with the way you're talking about it? Alright, sorry folks, I gotta blow my nose. Allergies are pretty bad today.
I'm kind of scared what ideas you're gonna come up with.
Okay. I beckon her towards a corner. It feels completely unnatural for me, but just this once. Thing is, Sakura lacks the confidence necessary to show leadership in the club.
It's like her. But they said she's been doing very well these days.
Who did? Fujine? The members that were there before the last big tournament can tell the atmosphere is completely different. And although she doesn't let it show, Mitsuzuri is worried as well. Any way you look at it, the club's unity and morale are just lacking. Even I can't help but feel pain saying this, but we can't just leave it be. After gazing at me amusedly for a moment, Tosaka...
Do you suppose it's because she doesn't have the support of a certain ex-archer standing by her side?
That's pretty harsh, but I'm in the same place as you are, Tosaka. Besides, it's not like I can just lend them a hand directly. That much you should know already.
You have a point. She's the one who's captain after all. Wait, that gives me a good idea. For the sake of aiding my helpless disciple and my younger sister, I shall pitch in.
I nod vaguely, and we return to where the other two are. I think that's
In
Rin.
times like this, it is best to strengthen the mutual bonds by living and eating under the same roof.
And so she says it.
Eating from the same pot, is it? That's right, going together on field trips, or out to eat yakiniku, or to a sleepover training camp. If they're all taking their meals at the same time, they can't help but begin to feel a stronger sense of unity as a team. Ooh, good thinking, Tosaka.
It's a pretty sudden proposal, but she got the point across. It's like the situation at my house. We've got quite a crowd living there, but if we didn't eat dinner all together, we wouldn't feel as close to each other as we do.
So in that case, wouldn't you say a training camp is a good idea? The time for the really tough practice to start is almost here, you know. Yes, I see, a training camp.
If you're gonna have, I'm not sure if that's Mitsuzuri or Shiro, but if you're going to have one, I'll lend a hand too, and so will you, won't you, Tosaka? Yeah, okay. Shouldn't the one to make the suggestion be the first to act on it? It was her idea, so shouldn't it be only natural for Tosaka to join in? Don't give me that weird look.
Me? At a training camp? Why not? Emiya said he'd come along, so why don't you? Just because you're not in the club doesn't mean you're not welcome to join. I'd also be grateful if Tosaka Senpai were to join us. Very much so.
The vote is 3 against 1 in favor of Tosaka's participation. Unfortunately, the person we're dealing with isn't someone who tends to be influenced by something as petty as majority rule or the prevailing opinion.
Oomph. If it had only been hiking followed by a yakiniku party, I'd gladly join in, but...
Who would go out of their way to invite club outsiders to a laid-back get-together like that?
For heaven's sake, what? I'm offended that you think I'm only in it for the meat. Yes. I'll join your little training camp, so you'd better be prepared.
Prepared for what? Although she continues hurling harsh words at Mitsuzuri, Tosaka doesn't seem reluctant to join. Now Sakura is beaming as well. With that, all those assembled confirm their participation. Mitsuzuri nods in approval. I think that's Mitsuzuri.
Alright. So, shall we hold at the usual place? Ah yes, at the temple. Eh? Training camp at the Udo Temple?
Whoops, looks like we're out of time for today. The last chime just rang. The archery range is a long way off from the school building where the chime sounded from. We need to hurry back. It's too bad there won't be a field trip or a yakiniku party, but a special training camp isn't a bad idea at all.
Hold on, you didn't say anything about that. Yeah, alright already. We've already acknowledged your intent to join. So I know you aren't going to try anything as shameful and underhanded as running out on us now, Tosaka. Now that that's taken care of, all we have to do is run this past the student council. Guess I'll go see Ryudo about it after Sunday's practice.
Come on, Sakura, Tosaka. You're gonna be late unless you hurry up.
Senpai?
Problem solved. As per Rin's suggestion, the subject of the camp has come up. Let's obtain permission for a training camp somewhere. Alright, yeah, so now we're stuck at school. We can't leave, so I guess we'll talk to Rin again. It's the afternoon break, which means time for lunch. Empty-handed as usual, I, who did not bring my lunch box, am now faced with infinite possibilities. I could just go to the cafeteria like usual. Or I could get fancy, and rather than go to a convenience store, run to Mount Miyama shopping district to buy something, go to Shinto to eat, and come back sometime before 5th period. According to Goto-kun, it's a rash choice that leaves you unsure about whether you're going to eat lunch or go on a time trial. It's also said that there are those who completely forget about school and end up playing around Shinto. That's how it would be, even if I just go to Shinto and come back to school.
What would that be, Senpai?
Going to Shinto for lunch and then coming back here.
That's unreasonable. You can't. Don't do it, Senpai. Besides, you don't need to go so far since I made enough for you too, Senpai.
Oh, it's you, Sakura. I wasn't really considering it. Here she is. As I turn around, I see Sakura, holding a cloth-wrapped container in her hands. Sakura. Could it be that she's planning to go flower viewing and skip school in the process?
Thank goodness. I was worried you push yourself too much.
If you're talking about me going too far, then well, never mind. Sakura, is that a lunchbox? As I point at it, Sakura nods happily. Yes, there's certainly more than enough in there. Is that what she's working so hard on this morning?
Yes, I was thinking of having lunch together with you, Senpai.
Perfect timing. I didn't have anything for lunch either. Wait, 3 boxes just for the 2 of us?
In fact, I thought we could share some with Tosaka Senpai too.
I see, that's why there are 3. Gotcha, I'll call Tosaka.
No, that's alright, Senpai. Tosaka Senpai should already be waiting for us on the roof.
Always one step ahead, I see. But are you okay as far as archery goes? Since Sakura is the captain of the archery club now, it seems she usually has lunch at the range.
I told everyone that I'd be going out for lunch today. So you don't need to worry about me. Let's go to the roof. Ne-san, have I kept you waiting?
Away from the public eye, Sakura's way of addressing Tosaka changes. Tosaka is waiting for us on the rooftop with the usual expression on her face. The kind of face that would send her classmates running away in tears.
No, not at all. Moreover, I see you even managed to catch Emiya-kun.
I could hardly turn down one of Sakura's homemade lunches. And I didn't bring anything else to eat today anyway.
Same here. After Sakura went through the trouble of making it, it's only a matter of course that I partake. That's right, and so I did my best to prepare a little feast for Ne-san and Senpai.
Sakura happily sets about opening the 3 stacked boxes and displaying the food inside. Those boxes look like something you'd serve in a New Year's feast in. But inside were an array of rice balls, or onigiri. Did they really need to translate that? Accompanied by a colorful assortment of sides. The festive red and white of the fish cakes is dazzling to the eyes. After taking up our chopsticks and saucers, we surround the lunchbox.
Ooh, not bad at all, Sakura. I can't believe you made all this in one morning. I did do some of the preparation yesterday. Once you make up your mind and cook for 3, it's actually a lot more fun than cooking just for 1, you know?
Hands clasped in front of us, we bow in thanks for the meal. Being on the rooftop in fall with lunch spread out around us makes us look like we're on a picnic. When I take a bite of the nori-wrapped onigiri, a lately seasoned savory taste spreads through my mouth. She used kombu. Yes, a refined choice indeed. I don't know what kombu is.
Oh, I guess that's...
Yeah.
Rin?
Yeah.
This is really well done. I doubt I'd be able to match you on this. Is that so? But I'm sure that you could make an amazing lunch too, Nessan. Well, it certainly would be a lunch that would amaze you. Although probably not the way you're thinking. I'm used to cooking for myself, which means I only do enough to meet the minimum requirements. Although that doesn't mean I'm opposed to luxury in my meals.
Sakura and I both nod in agreement at that. You could call it a masterful level of skill in saving money, or you could call it being sloppy only when yourself is concerned. As fond as Tosaka is of extravagance, she can't bring herself to spend money on it.
Well, it's not the kind of trait that can change anytime soon. That's why I have to say, the way Sakura can be counted on to make enough for 3 people with such care and precision is really enviable. Oh no, not at all. I'm not sensitive to the fine details the way Nessan is. So this is the most I can do. What are you talking about? It's delicious. And to top it off, the vegetable and persimmon tempura with stewed fish is so beautifully prepared. If you cook fried foods this way, they'll keep for several days. I learned that from Senpai.
She even managed to keep the sides served in broth from... even managed to keep the sides served in broth from leaking and prevented the flavors from mixing. She did an outstanding job on this, and I to myself as I raised a slice of omelet in my mouth. The way she balanced the flavors of the soup stock and sugar is even better than when I make it.
Okay then, since Sakura treated us to such a feast today, I suppose it means it's my turn next time. Ah, that's wonderful. I'm really looking forward to trying Nessan's lunch. Oof. Well, don't get your hopes up too much. It's been a long time since I've made a lunch for someone else. Well, if I think of this as an expression of thanks to Sakura and Emiya-kun, I suppose I can put my all into it.
Light-hearted conversation between the two sisters continues. This is what the atmosphere between the two of them should have been like since long ago. Eating lunch together with Tosaka, the older sister, and Sakura, the younger. Talking about trivial everyday things. Bond between the two of them, torn apart 11 years ago, will never return to how it once was. But even if this peace is only a temporary salve over the cold wounds, and their bond frail and patchy, it doesn't change how wonderful this rare scene is. Okay, so we got the part-time job, or we can talk to one of these two. What do you think?
I'm just wondering why Ilya's here at school.
Right.
And at the student council.
Classes are over, and it's about time to go home. There's still some time before work. I'll go meet up with Issei and see if there's anything that needs to be done. Seems there's been a lot of work deferred after all.
Shiro!
What's this? I unconsciously rubbed my eyes. Did Ilya come all the way here? Not the archery dojo? Ilya, why are you here?
Just for fun, Oni-chan.
She clamps onto me with a sweet smile. Looking around in a panic while a little girl with silver hair and crimson eyes clings onto me. I must look like a criminal to everyone here. Huh? No one notices. The underclassman passing by only sees me panicking and doesn't even glance at Ilya, who's attached to me from the chest down. What's going on?
Simple. I just divert their glances elsewhere. Were I to show them a completely different image, a contradiction would occur, so...
Ilya nods towards the crowd.
They just move their eyes away from me. This way, I can easily deal with even a lot of people.
Everyone's unconsciously looking elsewhere, so that's why nobody notices.
How she snuck into class or school.
I see, this certainly is Ilya-style magic. Had she come to the archery dojo, there wouldn't be a problem, but the school building, you'd need a reason, permission from the teaching staff, and... What's happening, Evia? There seemed to be a commotion outside the door for some time. The chief of the student council room, Issei, suddenly appears. It's not me he's looking at, but straight at Ilya. Did the eye averting spell not work? Hey, Issei. The spell is still active, and Issei for sure should be tricked by the illusion, or so you'd think. Ilya bows elegantly.
I'm sorry for the unsightly display you may have noticed. I am Ilyasville. For troubling you with my sudden visit, I humbly beg your pardon.
I'm undeserving of such a polite greeting. I humbly serve as the school's student council president, Ryudo Issei.
Yes, I have the privilege of hearing about you from Shiro. Right, Oni-chan?
Ignoring the polite exchange a moment ago, Ilya turns back to her own self the instant she faces me. Where she just goes and hugs me around the waist. His suspicions double instantly. Cold sweat running down my back. I let her do as she wants. It's a long story, you say. It's sort of,
That's right, Issei. Shiro is my older brother, okay?
Issei's cold gaze and the fluffy, soft Ilya. And between them is me, a metal barrier, in imminent danger of being destroyed by the extreme temperature change. Oni-chan, is it, Emiya? Yeah, so what? Emiya, come here for a moment. This time Ilya has peeled off me and we go to a corner of the student council room. Emiya, that Ilyasville, pretending to be your sister, looks quite foreign to me. She really is Kiritsugu's daughter, I'm sure of it. You know that I was adopted, right, Issei? Huh, so that's it. Sorry. Probably thinking that he inadvertently intruded into private matters, Issei apologizes meekly. One thing's for sure, Emiya family relationships are certainly complex. He never actually told anyone this before, on screen anyway. And again, I guess most people don't really know Ilya.
Mm.
Wait, does Fujimura know about it? She looks aristocratic, yet she calls you Oni-chan. That's just how it is. Sorry for the trouble. Oh, that's fine. It certainly is hard to imagine you escaping from a crime scene. Well done. Crime scene? I'll have to admit, Ilya calling me Oni-chan does raise some suspicions. But know this, Emiya, this is no good. That sister of yours, the aura she gives off is the same as Tosaka's. He's surprisingly sharp. That's no ESP, that's a well-trained eye that has observed many female students, so many a female student over the years, probably. Tosaka may be the one causing the headaches now, but I fear that sister will surely bewitch you one day. No good, Emiya. Should you lose your way, as though walking through a dark, foggy night, your feet will easily fall into a treacherous hole. Therefore, remember to purify the 6 roots of perception.
Mean Shiro.
When did she get here? And in a foul mood, too. Getting compared to Tosaka must have irritated her even more than being called an evil influence on me. I think that's Celia.
However, Issei, aren't you wrong on one count? It's not just Rin. Aren't all girls evil beings, actually?
What? Why won't you be saying that?
Even Kuzuki, whom you respect so much, didn't an evil witch deceive him too?
Says the devilish kid with but a hint of a smirk on her face. These charms are about to get worse this year. Come to think of it, I also object to the unjust slander towards Caster-san. To say nothing of a man like Soichiro being bewitched.
Well, I don't care about Kuzuki the Tough, but Oni-chan's heart and body are already mine.
And so Ilya, now satisfied with having invited a great amount of misunderstanding, completely oblivious to Issei's disapproving eyes, clings right onto me. Whoa, Ilya! Fie, so it is true. An evil girl has charmed Emiya.
Oni-chan is already mine, and I won't give him up, not even to Rin, not even to Saber.
Calm down.
Aw, that was fun. Teasing that Issei guy was so worth it. I sort of understand how Cast and Rin feel now.
Ilya nods with satisfaction. Afterwards, having barely managed to contain Issei's panic, we ended up having a tea party with Ilya. Ilya, literally one explosive little girl, completely blew away Issei, the problem in question. Tosaka alone is enough to give him a nervous breakdown, so don't bully him. His job is difficult enough as it is. Ilya is roaming carefree around the school, yet no one sees her. Wonder if it really is okay. It's still unnatural, after all.
Of course I know. Since you say so, I'll try not to get too carried away.
I hope I didn't look as if I was enjoying it. No matter how you put it, there was a great misunderstanding. This will have to be rectified later.
There's no need. It's not like any part of what I said is a lie. What I told Issei was nothing but truth.
Truth, you say? Well, Saber's and Rin's opinions aside, the part about me being completely yours, even as an expression of sisterly affection, it went just a tad bit too far.
But you're still my only Oni-chan, right? So even from way back when I was born, you were mine. But perhaps I'm the only one who thinks that way?
That's... Actually, I've just realized how much of an idiot I am. That's exactly what she meant when she claimed me as her own. Even without blood ties, she still entrusted me with the responsibility of being her big brother. Sorry, Ilya. Yeah, I'm your brother.
Kidding. Shiro. So naive.
Gah. Got me again. I start to wonder if I was born just to be teased by Ilya.
The fact that I trust you is true, though. But seeing Oni-chan's troubled face is just too funny. If it looks like something's worrying you too much, I'll be sure to help. That much is natural. That's why, Shiro being Shiro, I can't just leave you. That's what I meant by Oni-chan being mine.
I give up. Well, if that's what it means by he is mine, I should be kind of proud, I guess.
Shiro? Where are you going?
Archery club. They'll probably bring out tea if you come along. Fujine introduced Ilya to everyone in the club. Being a young foreign lady, there's no doubt she kept well entertained even in the middle of a practice session.
Ah, Sakura's place. She's the captain of the archery club, isn't she? I had a chat with her just earlier too. Techniques to manage people, behaving like a leader, and things like that.
She recalls the encounter. While I'm still seemingly blessed with the dignified Ilya, I want to ask her about Sakura as well. I'll be grateful if you were to help Sakura out the same as you would for me.
But of course, as a big sister, I have to look out for your protege and little sister. Good grief. It sure is tough to have a big kid like her that needs this much care.
Big sister, huh? I guess that's her way of saying that she acts beyond her age sometimes. The little sister that needs to be looked after must be Fujine?
Senpai. And Ilya-san too. Good afternoon, Sakura. I came to watch for a bit. Is it alright if I come in? Yes, certainly. How about you, Senpai?
That's right. For now, mission accomplished. I don't have any more business to take care of at the dojo. Thanks. Please take care of Ilya for me. I still have lots to do, actually.
I see. Well, see you then. See you later, Oni-chan.
Ilya sends me off with a smile. Alright then. I hate to leave, but it's time to go to work.
Oh, no matter what, he still goes to work.
Okay. Ooh, do we hang out or do we go for a walk?
Let's hang out. Let's see if anything else unlocked.
Oh yeah, we still got those scenes. I guess we'll talk to Rin.
Okay.
Now then, speaking of things to ask Tosaka about... Wait, these are all
Bath.
new. Bath? Okay. No, I already went to the bath. I've got spare time on my hands, so I'm using it to breeze through some preparations for breakfast tomorrow. That's Rin, I think.
Hey. Hey, Mia-kun, come here for a minute.
Oh, looks like Tosaka's calling me.
Rina's just gotten out, and I'll be using the bath now, if that is alright. You should go ahead too, Ryder. I still need to finish my homework, so I'll go later. But Sakura, you should still...
They continue on like that as I head into the hallway. Since I'll be last, should I turn down the gas before my turn? I'll get dizzy from the accumulated steam as the girls have after the girls have gone if I don't. Well, putting that aside for now. What is it, Tosaka? Huh? Has she already gone to her room? Normally you'd stay put after calling someone out. Oh well. Maybe I should bring her a drink since she just got out of the bath. But if I suddenly brought her a can of beer, she'd probably just hit me while going on about trying to make her fat or something. She's the opposite of Fujine, who always needs a drink after a bath. What'll be good then? A snack maybe? While mumbling these things to myself, I head towards Tosaka's room. I'm coming in, Tosaka. The chances are very low, but I'm putting up the censor screen just because I'm feeling a little wary. I know there are H scenes in this game, and we still have not seen one, even though we're halfway through. So just for a second.
Oh, there you are. Come on in.
Tosaka's voice sounds unusually cheerful. And yet, perhaps there's some kind of law of equivalent exchange. It that makes me become anxious whenever Tosaka seems to be in high spirits? Okay, no, we're good. Tosaka, did you need something?
You don't have to be so on guard. I won't bite.
Wonder if I'm overthinking this. But then again, Tosaka smells so nice fresh out of the bath. And with just the two of us in this room at night, of course I'll be nervous.
Well then, as to why I called you here, Emiya-kun. This is something I can only ask of you.
Tosaka's words were highly suggestive. I'm a nervous wreck, having no idea what she's thinking or intends to.
Rub my shoulders.
Come again?
Like I said, my shoulders. A massage right out of the bath would be really effective.
And just like that, my sweet expectations were blown away with one swift strike. As though Tosaka had struck it like a ball in the batting cages, sending it flying beautifully into the net.
Come on. You're the only one I can really ask for something like this. It would be awkward with Saber or Sakura, and Ryder might crush my collarbone.
Okay, I get it. I probably am the only one you could ask. I completely understand, but it's still really depressing. Tosaka's shoulders seem to be bothering her after a bath, and there isn't anyone else suitable to ask. Well, it's not like there aren't some servants that might be good at something like this, but taking a step back. Tosaka, are your shoulders stiff?
Yeah, I guess I have bad circulation because of my low blood pressure, so they get stiff easily.
So stiff shoulders aren't all about the size of those things, huh? I've heard people talk about that, but I wonder how true it is. That's in a domain men could only imagine, but someone like Sakura might know the truth of the matter.
Did you say something, Emiya-kun?
No, I mean, I definitely wasn't comparing your tendency to get sore shoulders to Sakura's. It never even crossed my mind.
I see. I'll just ignore the previous comment then.
I narrowly avoided stepping in it big time, but because of that I have no chance of getting out of this massage.
You're good at things like this, right, Emiya-kun?
Not to brag, but I have some confidence for practicing on Fujine.
If Fujimura-sensei really lets you do that, I'm a bit jealous.
Is that so?
Not like that. It's just nice to have someone you can easily rely on for these sorts of things.
I wonder. I've never had a shoulder rub from Fujine. Well, it's not like she hasn't given me one, but Fujine was like...
Come on, Shiro. You're also really stiff, aren't you?
And just started... that's right. It somehow became some sort of chiropractic experiment, ultimately ending with the development of a new submission hold.
I stand corrected. I suppose there's not much to be jealous about.
I have a feeling I've just exposed the true idiotic relationship between me and Fujine to Tosaka again. I think to myself, how could Fujine, despite being older than me, seriously turn that into a wrestling practice?
To try any wrestling or chiropractic moves, just give me a normal massage.
Just relax and leave it to me. I won't even ask for a tip. Okay then, Tosaka. I stand behind Tosaka and reach out for her shoulders. But as I get closer, the scent of her hair...
Shiro? Is there something wrong?
It's nothing, just a little nervous. This being the first time and all. That isn't the real reason I'm nervous. The thought of Tosaka with her slender neck and shoulders, unconsciously making girlish moans. Calm down. This is just a shoulder rub, massage. There's no further meaning to it.
If you touch any weird places, I'll kill you.
even if that place is really stiff?
Dummy.
Saying that actually calmed me down. Gripping your shoulders, I use my fingertips to search for stiffness in her muscles. Huh? Ah, Madame is quite stiff.
I know, it's probably because I'm, a hard-working girl.
You probably have your share of troubles.
I have things like an incapable student to worry about after all.
So basically, it's my fault. Meaning, giving this massage is like a way to make up for my incompetence.
I'm kidding. If you were all it took to make my shoulders stiff, my blood pressure would have killed me by now.
That's harsh. Well, if I were a bit more capable, would your shoulders not get as stiff? She moans as my hands move. As I massage below her collarbone, Tosaka lets out a light sound of pleasure.
Well, who knows? But it's nice to get your shoulders rubbed. Especially since I don't get massages that often.
Yeah. Tosaka's been living alone for a long time, and there's not really anyone at school she could ask. Probably not even Mitsuzuri.
It's not easy to leave your back open to another person and be able to relax. Being constantly suspicious is a standard attitude in our trade, don't you think? Even getting a shoulder rub is a risk.
On top of that, you even have your image to keep up at school. It's no wonder you can't ask other people for a quick shoulder rub.
It seems you've been watching me, Amiya-kun.
Leaving me aside, your juniors would become disillusioned if they saw you like this, so you probably shouldn't let down your guard. I apply more pressure upwards from the nape of her neck. It really is stiff. Enough to make me consider buying bathing products to help deal with stiff shoulders from now on.
Well done, well done. Even just this makes me kind of happy you're here, you know?
Alright, if that's the case, I will thoroughly defeat you through the art of massage.
Huh? If you do it like that,
Saying that, I immersed myself into Tosaka's massage. Her voice was faintly sensual. Guess that this isn't so bad.
right there. Amazing.
This much isn't even a warm-up. The real thing starts now, Tosaka.
What? It's still going? I'm just waiting for someone to walk by and be like, is this a bad time?
I'm having flashbacks to Beat Reflay, that massage-themed rhythm game I played on the channel a while back. Her shrieks are filled with pleasure, relaxation, reverberate through the room. Like this, the shoulder massage goes on late into the night. However, my hands have become sore. Alright, third day. So we got Saber at the station front or Sakura at the house?
Let's go on a date with Saber.
Alright. It's come to be a late lunch. To calm my stomach's grumbling, I take my lunch and head for the park. The park on this clear autumn day seems to be almost as crowded as it would be on a weekend. Benches are pretty much all taken. Looking for a place to sit down, I walk along the riverside. From the mountains to the river, I can smell the saintly fragrance of the autumn breeze. No wonder it's starting to feel cold. Thanks to the deep blue sky and bright sunshine, even those are forgotten before long. The weather is truly refreshing today. On the other side of the row of swing radiant golden ginkgo trees, the voices of children cheering and the sound of a ball being bounced around reach me. Soccer. A game of soccer, huh? Yep, did that, together with Shinji. It was a snowy day, very unusual. Back then, Shinji lost one of his shoes. Well, whatever. Having found a nice grassy spot near the playground, I sit down cross-legged. Won't be long before I'll be able to see the outline of my stomach. It's gotta look like a deflated soccer ball already. Wasting no time, I take out my two-tier container and dig in wholeheartedly. As soon as my consciousness comes back, I look up, still munching. On the field of 4 versus 4, 8 kids are struggling with the ball. Munching on my soft-spoiled burdock, I keep watching the game. What I thought was mere child's play is actually looking pretty good. Looks like the attack and defense are well aware of their roles. Despite having an unusual number of players, this isn't just a kids game, it's more of a mini-match. Like, is this the same game with Kid Guild from last time?
Playing baseball last time.
Were they playing baseball? I thought... Having watched for a while, I noticed that the two kids on the inside are clearly different. Their pass is quite nice looking. Seems like they're going easy on the rest. Must be the local soccer club members or something. Thinking that, I see one energetic guy just vigorously kicking the ball forward. Falling victim to feints in an amusing way, he's pitching forward. Seeing that pitiful but persistent little figure, I suddenly get an urge to help him out. It wasn't just me who felt that way. From the opposite end of the field, a jeans-clad figure is cheering on in his support. Not in the usual cheerleading way, but rather expressing her own joy and sorrow, relaying it as the match progresses. The kids seem to notice it too, feeling awkward whenever they hear her voice. Definitely not Japanese. The hair is a pretty golden color, a white, slender, girl-like figure. And I definitely remember seeing the huge lunchbox at her feet before. Wait, now that I look at it, are those my shirt and jeans?
Oh, different outfit?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Alas, so close. Keep on pushing.
Saber? Yep, no mistake. That blue ribbon, definitely Saber. Actually, now that the weather is nice, she did say she was going out sometime during the day.
Yes, like that. Perfect. Worthy of praise.
But the moment I stand up and about to wave to Saber, who's completely immersed in the game, one of the kids stops at the match and turns toward me. The other kids start gathering as well. Did they have designs?
Wow. Oh, is it over already?
Trying to see if I could see like Kid Gill or something in there, but it's really small, so. Oh, a woman. Whatever. Nei-chan, shut up.
Rude.
As the kids come closer, Saber looks around herself nervously.
By Nechan, do you mean... That is me, correct?
Not like there's anyone else. We don't care if you watch, but be quiet, would you? Yeah, it totally messes up the rhythm. Several kids voiced their agreement.
I apologize for my careless actions. I always happen to see a great number of people cheering on TV, and so I thought I could attempt a little. When a point is scored... Like this. A wave started by a mass of people, also quite a spectacle.
Bending then strengthening her knees, Saber meets the kids' unimpressed stares.
I beg your pardon. I will watch quietly from now on.
She bows her head deeply. Suddenly a ball drops on her lap. Maybe you want to play with us? Well? And the one who threw it is the very same reckless kid from before.
Would that be alright?
Taking the ball, her eyes are shining. Stop that, girls. Wait, Barfer? Shut up. She's a foreigner. You idiot. Where do you see a Japanese-only team nowadays? Yeah, now that you
Yeah,
say
now that
it.
you say it.
Yeah. Can she play, though? Nate-chan, where are you from? France? Germany?
England. I'm English.
Ooh, the kids all let out. England, don't they have soccer as a national sport and stuff? Like sumo in Japan? No, they don't.
No, they don't.
I
Or
think
no, they
it's-
don't. That's like Germany or Brazil who did that.
Yeah. England had that thing, one that looks like a cross between gateball and baseball. Forgot the name. I think they're talking about cricket.
The heck is that? Isn't that just golf?
Golf is Scottish, but the one that soccer came from is definitely England.
Wow, you sure know your stuff.
The boy that called out to Saber clicks his tongue. What? Wait, wasn't that Spain?
Yes?
Saber nods, perplexed. If you're English, then you must be good at soccer, says the boy with glasses.
No, that is, I have yet to try it.
You kidding? And you were watching watching right up there. Are women like not supposed to or something?
Soccer, is it? No.
Saber's looking at the ball in her hands.
I was always interested, but with day after day of training, I never had a chance. However, I often watch soldiers amuse themselves with it. I believe I understand the rules a little as well.
So someone left a comment, is Spain similar to Saber when you say it? I don't think that was what they were going for there. That would be Spain and Saba, so... Yeah.
By passing this ball between your allies, you need to deliver it to the goal denoted in the enemy camp. Is that correct?
Right, but everyone knows that. Training with soldiers and stuff, are you, Nason? Military?
Well, something like that.
An SDF clerk?
SDF?
SDF is Japan's self-defense force, or military.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Heck, just when we get our hopes up, a total newbie. One more thing to trip over, eh, Garros? Shut up. Before long, I see them choose a representative from each team, and with rock, paper, scissors, decide which team is going to take the foreign player on. Soon, Saber goes out onto the field, surrounded by kids. Cute.
Wow, Emi's pants fit her perfectly.
Oh, yeah. Phew, that's a relief. Should there have been trouble, I was ready to force my way through the crowd of children, but it ended up working out. Continuing where I left off with the chopsticks, I resume my meal. A mischievous thought crosses my mind, and I slide over to a nearby tree, hiding myself in the shade. Nate-chan, incoming.
Not Nejan, it is Saber.
As she's protesting, her intent gaze is following by the ball that was sent high up in front of her. Trap!
Huh? Trap, where?
Block with your body.
Got it.
The awkward game continues for a while. No matter how short she is, she still looks out of place playing alongside kids. Saber herself pays no notice. Her face shining brightly, even the kids, feeling the joy, soon stop going easy on her and begin the real match. That's when it really became a sight worth watching. Right before my eyes, she starts to get used to handling the ball by mimicking the kid's movements. In the span of a few minutes, her movements change completely. Even as the ball goes outside the field, she casually brings it back into the game. And even the opposing team can no longer just kick the ball towards the safety zone. Their passes are becoming more cautious. Speaking of which, the soccer club member-like kid that I noticed a while back, as expected, Saber is chasing him, but he manages to keep her at bay with feints. Suddenly slowing down, he kicks the ball in a direction entirely different from where he's looking, tricking Saber hilariously. That's not happening a second time. While pretending to keep going for a long-range kick, he passes the ball to a nearby teammate instead. Seeing through the maneuver, she quickly catches up. Finally, the ball is hers. Fortunately, her 4 teammates are still behind her. She's all alone right in the middle of the enemy field. As if unsure what to do next, she looks back. The response coming back as a mix of high-spirited voices. It's wide open! Shoot! Saber's face suddenly becomes serious.
Okay.
The opposing team has gone on attacking too deeply. Looks like they're now short-handed. The defender, also the goalkeeper, hurries back to the net. Gliding along the grass, she dribbles toward the goal. She's now facing the goalkeeper one-on-one.
Ha!
Straight shot, without a trace of hesitation. Deeply intimidated, the keeper cowers in fear. Grazing the top of his head, the ball flies up, hits the top bar, rebounds, and soars high into the sky.
Aww.
Awesome shot. Scary. As if to silence disappointment, out comes the energetic boy's cry. Not over yet. Keep pushing.
Certainly.
Looking up, the ball that has already become a black dot in the sky is now being pushed back by the headwind. Aiming for the landing spot, Saber dashes back. In a real game, a ball that has crossed the line in the air would be an out. But this place has its own rules. In other words, the ball's still in play. As if. Struggling to regain the lead, the opposing team comes running back and surrounds her. Using her torso and knees as a spring, Saber leaps up in the air, easily over a man's height, and grabs the falling ball. Her shirt floats in the air as she lands in front of the dumbfounded kids. Saber throws the ball. Behind the petrified goalkeeper, the net is shaking. A goal, sort of.
How about that?
Striking a triumphant pose, she turns to face the kids, only to be met with blank stares.
So?
Yeah. She hurriedly tucks her now messy shirt into her pants.
Did you see it? The jeans got a little loose.
That's not it. As if I could, you idiot. I saw it. Joining in with the kids' red cheeks, the palm of my hand meets my face. Stop fooling around, Nei-chan. This isn't football. You don't use your hands.
Eh? So, this is not football?
Being put on the spot, she's getting nervous. Well, it's not exactly undeserved. Are you mixing it up with rugby?
Rugby?
Yeah. She questions with a blank face.
So, what everyone has been referring to as soccer is, in fact, football. The game where you cannot use your hands?
Of course you can't. Handball, that's a foul.
Oh. However, I saw a scene where the ball was caught and thrown on TV.
The only one who can do that is the keeper. That guy's the keeper. Didn't I tell you that from the start? Yeah, that's me. Once again, the boy is playing as the goalkeeper raises his hand. I'm wondering how this worked in Japanese with the football soccer thing. I think they do call it soccer in Japan, but
Oh, so that is what you meant. A blunder in my part. I'll be careful from now on.
raising her drooped head back up, Saber folds her arms, deep in thought.
So the rules of soccer in Japan are rather complex. In my country, all you have to do is put the ball inside the goal.
Anything goes, basically?
Yeah, kicking the ball is a good way to cover a lot of distance. But right in front of the goal, it always ends up in a fight where the ball is carried by someone rushing towards the objective.
Hitting people is a super foul. Red card! Red card!
So, what if the ball hits a tree or a wall? That is acceptable, is it not?
There ain't no trees on the field. The matches were often held on the street rather than... Wait, oh. That's her.
The matches were often held on the street rather than on an open field.
Huh? On the street? Are you really English?
What game is she referring to? Now that you say it, I am not even sure.
Well, yeah, in the Age of Kings, when Saber had watched, must have been a predecessor to what is known as soccer today. But then, in Saber we're talking about, the form might be a little different, but anything that involves moving your body around, she'll get used to in no time. But that's not what worries me. Okay, I'm going to take a quick look at the history of soccer to see if that was the thing, because I'd be surprised if soccer was actually that old. Okay, let's see. History.
Well, this is cute. Saber's making friends.
Yeah. Okay. History of association football. Oh, it does stretch back to medieval times. Okay.
Oh wow, that is old.
Yeah. Yep, and it was played in England back then.
In other words, it's all about judging the movement of the feet.
Kids exchange semi-amazed glances. Well, there's also heading, but you're a girl. You think a girl can shoot like that?
Very well. I will not hold back on the next one.
God, were you even serious?
It looked like it could hurt someone, and thus I held back.
Kids have suspicion all over their faces. Pushing Saber outside their circle, they put their heads together and start whispering. And as usual, the energetic boy's voice. You kidding me? No friggin' way. Yeah, right, it's always my fault. And other noises. What a lively fellow. Soon they break up and turn to face Saber once again. Alright, listen up, Nate-chan. Another match from the start. What do you say?
A match, you say? Very well. I accept your challenge. I never got the chance to redeem my failure either. The finale was not satisfying enough. And I have a feeling all of you are yet to run out of breath.
Here we go. Saber's unique trait, and her weakest point, her inability to accept defeat. Kids' faces turn pale. Even if she's a beginner, they realize who they're dealing with. As can only be expected of the king of all beasts. No matter if the opponents are a bunch of little kids, asking her to take it easy is pointless. And thus starts the rock, paper, scissors game to separate the living from the dead. After a series of shouts have finished resounding through the playground, the teams are decided. The two groups separate. Saber seems confused.
The numbers do seem different from before. They have 5 people, we have 4, including myself, do we not?
It's a handicap. You're with 2 people, Nate-chan, so it's actually 5 on 5. That idiot. Gyros may as well not be here, so he doesn't count. Shut up. Before starting the match, they picked someone to go buy some drinks. They're now giving him their requests. Aside, the conversation with Saber continues.
But even then, I am also a beginner. And girls, you are on the same team.
Don't call me Gyros. Caught off guard by a remarkably loud scream going through the playground, the kids go quiet for a moment. However, the silence doesn't last long. Now, it's now being replaced by a debate about drink brands. Oh, oops. Gora, pudding shake for me. Me too.
No way.
Oyashiyame.
Dr. Pepper, hot.
Wait. What? Hot soda?
That's a thing?
I guess it could be. Tongara G. Tahipo. Sadel.
Sadil.
Fine. Oh, I think that's him. Fine.
Fine. We'll meet back when I find it. Better drink it.
Definitely black tea for me, in a bottle if possible. Wait, one more should come too.
One more should come too.
Yeah. Strangely enough, I have heard of frying drinks, but having procured the drinks, the kids plop down into the grass in small groups and take a break. Saber is kneeling down next to the boy sitting cross-legged. For some reason, she looks restless. Looks like she remembered that, unlike usual, she isn't wearing her skirt. Carefully checking around her, she timidly tries to sit in the cross-legged pose.
Oh gosh, I was looking up Dr. Pepper, and apparently, they did heat up Dr. Pepper sometimes. Like, there's a retro hot Dr. Pepper recipe from the 1960s.
Weird.
Well, so it is a thing. How's that?
Her satisfied expression seems to say. Hiding myself deeper within the shade, I feel a tinge of regret. That's a lie. In fact, I'm barely suppressing the laughter that's threatening to burst forth. Saber starts talking with the energetic boy beside her.
It looks like I used an inappropriate nickname just now. I apologize for being overly familiar. However, is it alright to leave it like this?
It's not like I'm mad or anything. Sorry for raising my voice there. Another boy plops down on his stomach beside them. See, that guy is real good being a goalkeeper, not afraid of the ball and stuff.
Splendid, is he not?
But I want to actually play as a forward out in front. Not that you've scored even once. So when was that? Taking a shot right in the stomach from this close. Ouch.
I see. So that's why you get called
Yep, that's why.
It is nothing to be ashamed of. It is an honorable injury.
Not like throwing up is a foul. Huh? What's his name before that? He said something, didn't he? I'll be Gersten from now on, or stuff. Wasn't it Garrickson? Nah, not that. Scratching his head, the boy says, see, in Spain, in the Liga Española, there's this one awesome striker, Tristan. Tristan?
Oh.
Ah, that guy. Right at that moment, Saber's eyes flip wide open, and her gaze fixates on the boy in front of her. What now? Stay away.
Tristan.
Yes?
Are you Tristan?
Told you, I'm fine with the Gyros. It's embarrassing. Stop it already.
A magnificent name, is it not? Tristan, you should definitely have yourself called that.
It's not like it's my real name, and seeing how bad I am at soccer, it doesn't even fit. He says, pointing at the proud-looking Saber.
That does not matter. For a young boy like you, in any age, it will be your greatest desire above all. Above all, that will encourage you when you leave for the battlefield.
Confused, Tristan's cheeks start burning red.
Not scored a single goal? You soon will. Let us do our best. We, all four of us, as a team.
Taking the initiative, Saber stands up straight. At any rate, when... Wait, what? At any rate, when this game is finally at the 77 versus 88 stage, every point scored by every player is a chance. Oh, okay, that was her. No-chan, that's basketball. There ain't no 3-point goals and stuff either. Weird foreigner.
Ugh.
The game begins. Just prior, Saber kept insisting that Tristan should come out in front, but... if you want to win, you're going in front. The goalkeeping is my job, but no one else's. He absolutely wouldn't budge. Saber's side is outnumbered. Goalkeepers aside, the teams are 3-on-4. With this few players, a difference of even one man up affecting the match for far more than expected. Once the ball is there, the basic strategy is to attack while passing it between Saber and the other player. However, that leaves one defender to back up the two of them. Just one, not exactly reliable. On the other hand, the opposing team, in addition to having one defender, can use the remaining player as a midfielder for both offense and defense in a much more soccer-like manner. Looks like the kids didn't mention anything about an offside rule. In that case, for Saber, with her speed, it would be advantageous to press deep within the enemy side, I'd guess. However, the passes get cut too often. The attack soon crumbles and the entire team is forced to defend. Saber's team is clinging on to its field and can't make a move. A cry comes toward them from the goal. The keeper himself cannot advance in front. Instead, shouting at the top of his lungs, the boy points out the best spot to attack. Now's the chance, gracefully stopping the ball that was cleared by her team. She's advancing forward, her dribbling, picture perfect. World of difference from before. With all this, neither allies nor enemies will catch her. That's right, opposed by the numerous enemies, Saber's literally playing two roles. The opposing team's defender stands in her path. Slowing down, it looks as if she's about to pass the ball to her teammates on the other side. Suddenly, turning her body around, she dashes forward yet again. Faint, having artfully handled the opponent, she leaves them behind. Well done. Now, only the goalkeeper remains.
A chance.
Preemptive strike. Her teammates cheer intensify. Never stopping her feet for even a moment, Saber nods. Even the goalkeeper already has a vision of her last shot flashing before him. The image of a roaring lion approaching from the front. He knows that he's already dead.
I will not miss this time.
An even greater distance this time. She finally assumes his shooting position. Is it confidence, or maybe just compassion for the keeper, giving him time to run away?
Ha!
Flash of her foot, like a bow releasing an arrow. A gunshot-like sound reverberates through the field. My cheeks shiver as if having received an electric shock. Wow. Covering their ears, the kids are petrified. Did she break the sound barrier? She did say she'll be serious. And again, serious, she definitely did. Yeah, it's Saber after all. This is the end. Fearing the worst, I look over the goal. What's left of the kid, a gaseous mist of red particles. Well, not quite. Huddled behind the goalpost, the poor kid finally dares to crack open his eyelids. There's no ball, and neither is there a gaping hole. All that's left is the soft breeze swaying the net. Awesome, like in a movie. The keeper's dead. Nah, he isn't. Where's the ball? The agitated kids turn towards Saber. With a shamed face, she points toward the sky.
I am sorry.
Ah! A mix of angry cries, screams, and shouts of joy pierce the autumn sky. Like a boomerang, or maybe like some kind of UFO, the pitiful remains of the ball, split into a big Mitsubishi shape, come flying back. Oh no, Saigusa's ball broke. Eek, Neichan killed it. Ain't my problem, cause it ain't... It's Kota Nichan that will be mad. So what about the match? Oh yeah, one more time, please. But there ain't no ball. Oh, Saber hits her head in shame. In the meantime, the remains of the ball finally land on the nearby thicket. Having received the full force of the impact, the synthetic leather is split magnificently. Straight line burn marks evident on the surface. Latest victim to witness Saber's deadly attack. I hesitate for a while. Shall I watch the match to the end, or shall I leave before they notice me? I want to keep watching, but I shouldn't interfere with this development. Looks like there's not much choice with this, though. Much as I hate to leave, there's one thing I can do, that being trace on. Mourning over the fallen comrade, only Tristan manages to not fall into despair. So what? It's just a ball. But Saigusa doesn't have money for another one. There's no way. There's no hope.
I will compensate.
It's no use. There's no way our Neichan would take money from others.
That is unfortunate.
So girls should go bring one. He lives nearby. Oh, but mine got lost in a river. Yeah, the one during the peak. That PK before was Gyros, wasn't it? First time I've seen a penalty kick with that cover that kind of distance. Shut up. I'll grow up and get it back one day.
I am terribly ashamed of myself.
And then suddenly the soccer ball comes back, bouncing up as it hits the grass. It is now in Saber's hands. The scar marks are still there, yet it definitely holds air. Eh, what? Where did they come from? I'm still watching, but now from the thicket behind them, lying on the ground. The kids huddle around Saber, gawking at her hands. It's fixed.
It's fixed.
Scary. Surprise! Neichan, are you a magician?
No, magic is my weak point.
See? It came back, right? It's gotta be living, meaning a revival?
This is...
I think that's still her.
Indeed. This ought to be magic.
Saber is holding on to their precious ball tightly. Alright then. Now that the secret is out, it's time to retreat. Saber's innocent joy of playing soccer with the kids will be spoiled by seeing me here. I'll just ask her about the outcome of the match when I get a chance. Sneaking around to quietly leave the playground. Right then, where should I go for the afternoon? That was a fun...
That was just the morning.
Yeah, I think that was the longest, like, non-main story scene we've had so far.
Well, back to school since there's lots of options.
So
Oh, wait a second, Shinji.
Oh, yeah, there's Shinji here too. But who's at school? Just Sakura.
Shinji, sorry, Sakura.
Yeah. Own room. What the heck is Shinji doing in here? Huh, nobody's here? On the bulletin board is a note from Sakura saying, I'm going out home for a while. On the fridge is a note from Ryder and Saber saying, "We're going shopping in Shinto." Seems like everyone else is out, and I'm the only one left in the house. Oh well, I don't have work, so maybe I'll just house sit. I hear the doorbell right from the entrance. I walk up to the door, wondering what it could possibly be, and find a very unusual guest indeed. For a few moments, we just look at each other in silence. I'm so confused that my greeting is delayed, and he doesn't seem to intend on greeting me in the first place. If this were martial arts, you could say we were waiting to see who would attack first, but he's probably not here to fight. Hey, it's rare to see you here. Did you come here to check up on Sakura? Not really. I just happened to have something to do in the area and decided to drop by on my way back. I see. If you have time, want to come in? Knowing you, I bet you're walking. There's some distance from here to your house, so have some tea at least. Tea? Well, I guess that's okay once in a while. I don't have much free time, but I'll keep you company for a bit. By all means. Sakura's out right now, but she'll probably show up soon. Let's wait in the living room until then. I told you, this isn't about Sakura. Anyway, where's the living room? Not only is your house a weird shape, it's ridiculously wide. Come to think of it, is this the first time you've come in here? Well, I've never been here before. So doesn't that make it the first time? I've never had any interest in your house. No kidding. We were only ever hung out at your place. I felt bad about it and invited you here, but you seemed against it for some reason. Of course. Why should I have to come all the way to meet up in the middle of nowhere? Isn't my place closer to the school? So, well, for various reasons, Shinji has never been to the Emi residence before. He came to pick Sakura up once, but he never went past the entrance. Okay, here's the living room. If you go right down the hall we just saw, you'll reach the dojo, and if you go left, you'll come out by the outbuilding where Sakura's room is. You don't want to tell him where the bathroom is, or... That's pretty far off. It's as close as Fujine would allow. So are you a bit relieved as her big brother? God, Emiya, you're being so annoying. How many times do I have to tell you I don't care about Sakura? As he's saying that, Shinji keeps glancing toward the outbuilding. Seems he really was worried about Sakura, how Sakura was doing, and came to check on her. Hey, which do you want? Black tea or green tea? I call out to him from the kitchen. What, have you started to drinking black tea, Emiya? What are you surprised about? Well, the majority of the people here are black tea drinkers, so I don't have a choice. So which one do you want? I don't have much of a taste for either. Anyway, where's your room? Let's go there first. Shinji sounds lively for some reason. Jeez, there's nothing particularly interesting about my room, though. It's right there. It's not as interesting as yours, you know. That's for me to decide. Come on, hurry up and show me. I came all the way here, so at least let me see my friend's room once. Fine, but no complaining when I do, Shinji. Here? Ooh, if it's all the way in the back of the house, it must be a good room. Well, in terms of the floor plan, it's the best room. Ooh, says Shinji, his face shining with anticipation. He's smiling from ear to ear.
I was half expecting Emiya to take him to the shed. This is my room.
A smile that quickly reverses itself the moment I slide open the door. What is this? There's nothing in here. It's not like there's nothing at all. There's a desk and a cushion on the floor, and in the corner there's a bookcase, although a small one. I put particular emphasis on the bookcase. I got it to store the paperback novels I've been borrowing from Ryder lately. It's brand new, and I'm proud of it. The living room was better. Sheesh, you're just as boring as I thought you were, Emiya. Having cursed me out, though still surveying the room all the same, he turns back toward the living room. So anyway, what do you want, Shinji? Coffee with milk and 2 sugars. All we've got here is ordinary cow milk, you know. What's wrong with cow milk? It's much better than cream. And I don't want any sweets. Don't make any weird fuss over me. Thanks for that. The tea cake situation here is pretty dire. I put on coffee for 2 and return to the living room. Shinji is taking his seat, looking displeased. Not only do you have black tea, but coffee too? You've changed, Emiya. Your tastes have really broadened for one. I've always drunk black tea and coffee. I just like Japanese tea more. I've always liked all of them. So you weren't like Ryudo after all. And do you like alcohol too? I've still only tasted it. I work at a liquor store, so they give me some once in a while. If Fujimura-sensei comes over here every day, I'm sure you can figure out the rest on your own. That's right. You can't have booze if Fujimura's here. He sips his coffee in disappointment. Seems Shinji thought it'd be a bit more entertaining if I drank. Leaving that aside, is it true that you haven't been going to the archery club lately? Sakura seemed disappointed. Why should I? Don't confuse me with Mitsuzuri. We're already in the autumn of our 3rd year, you know. It's not like we can do club activities forever. Why, you could just back Sakura up or something. You don't have a problem with Sakura becoming a captain, do you? Well, isn't it good for her to have some responsibility for once? Mitsuzuri can look after her on her own. I'm not the only one you should be telling to go back to the archery club. Wouldn't they be a lot happier to have you rather than me? The autumn tournament is coming up, after all. I can't do that. I'm fine with just showing up, but it's too late for me to take up archery at the club actively again. As a club activity again. A guy who only shows up once in a while, taking up a bow alongside the rest, will be unfair to the members who did it for 3 years straight. Huh? You're as dull as ever. You're good at it. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have many talents apart from archery, Emiya, so don't worry about making inferior people jealous. Thanks for that, but in that case, what about you? You're really good, Shinji. I'm not flattering you. It's still not too late. If you aim for the tournament and train seriously, you could definitely make a good showing. I'll pass. I have no attachment to archery. I've moved on. It was a nice way to kill some time, and no more. What a waste. You're a natural. That's a huge mistake. I have no need to excel at just one thing. That's for losers who don't have anything else going for them. It's unsightly, the way people try harder to hone their own special talent, the more mediocre they are. A really capable person is someone who doesn't need to do anything. If we go by that, then what about Tosaka? She could do anything, but she works hard at everything just the same, right? That's an innate inclination towards poverty and suffering. There's no cure. She'd have it easy if she didn't do anything. But she likes hardship. Right on target. You're pretty sharp, Shinji. Of course, I've had my eye on Tosaka longer than you have. I'm in a better position to analyze. Shinji drains his coffee with a gulp. After that somehow philosophical statement. Hey, give me some more. This coffee is pretty good, isn't it? Oh, wait, oh. Huh? Come on, he says arrogantly, holding up the coffee cup. Our rambling conversation continues. We're both on our 3rd cup of coffee. It seems Shinji has started working part-time, and he gives me a report on how it's going. Senior co-workers are useless, the system they use is old-fashioned, and so on and so forth. If I didn't know the situation, it would sound like nothing more than one-sided complaints, but luckily I've heard rumors about the restaurant where he works before. According to Neko-san, to make up for the presence of their unmannerly new hire, Kitamura Tea House has improved its flavor and lowered its prices, or so she says. I'm surprised that you're working, Shinji. According to Tosaka, the Matos are quite rich. Old man Zoka may not look it, but he's got quite a lot of money on hand for a retiree. It's just a little diversion. Well, I'll need my own money after I graduate, too. My savings on their own won't be that reliable, so I thought start earning some now. And after graduation, do you mean you're leaving home? Not really, but I'd look stupid if I did, leaving with no money. But, well, I guess I'm leaning towards going to Tokyo. My mind's about 80% made up already. The surprises keep on coming. Shinji leaving home has a different meaning than when an average person goes to live alone. The Mato family are a lineage of magi. Even if they've lost their magical aptitude, it's unthinkable for Shinji to up and leave home knowing that history. If he left, that would be... Shinji, does that mean you're severing ties with the Mato family? If you ask grandfather, that's probably how he'd put it. My father had a younger brother. It seems he left home and moved away somewhere. And he was disinherited altogether. That's what it means to leave Fuyuki. I see. Have you told Sakura? I have. I told her to think about her own plans, you know. If I leave home, that's the end of the Mato family. There'll be nobody to carry on the name. So she'll have to leave too. Shinji. What? It's only natural. Just so you know, the Mato family fortune is all mine. Once grandfather drops dead, I'm coming back for it. So tell Sakura not to waste it all, alright? Whether he's just trying to act tough or showing consideration to Sakura, even I can't tell, despite having known him for 5 years. But in the same tone as always, he mentions the best option for Sakura. Wow, I can hardly believe it. To think that that's the second time I'm talking about graduation with you, Emiya. When we first met, I never thought it would last for this long. Yeah, now that I think about it, we didn't have much in common. We spent more time talking like this than we did going out to do anything fun. That's because you're no fun to have around. I only ever kept you company when I had no other plans. You said that a lot. Must have backed you up in at least 24 different fights. Seems every time I went to our meeting place after school, there were upperclassmen waiting to kick your ass. That wasn't just me. Wasn't it your fault that they zeroed in on us? I can't help but stand out wherever I go, but being as intrusive as you is an easy way to make enemies when you're a kid. Well, now that he mentions it, maybe so. Looking back, it was 5 years ago. It's right around the time of year that Mato, Shinji, and I met.
Wow, an actual backstory for their meeting.
Yeah. After school, on the day before the cultural festival, a single first-year student was surrounded by third years. He was being picked up for making a sign that didn't match their design. I knew that the first year had worked for days making the sign on his own, and that third years hadn't done anything, so I couldn't help but butt in and give them a piece of my mind. Damn, you're annoying. In that case, redo it yourself by tomorrow. If I did, they'd forgive the first year for his mistake, they said. Tit for tat, as they say. Those who go looking for a fight are sure to find it sooner or later. I let the ridiculous provocation get to me, and so carried away that I ended up staying awake all night to make a new sign. One of my classmates saw the whole thing. He watched me as he made fun of me for staying behind to work, but in the end, he never left. Harshly, he said, "You must be an idiot. You should have just kept your mouth shut. And you know you're just being used, right? Those stupid third years in their first year who was thanking you a while ago, all have long since gone home and forgotten about you." He kept bothering me like that the entire time. And finally, in the early hours of the morning, when he saw the sign I finished according to the third year's design, he spoke. "Huh, you may be an idiot, but you're a good worker, aren't you?" And he gave me a friendly smile, just as proud as if he had made the sign himself. That was the beginning of my relationship with Mato Shinji. From then on, though I hate to admit it, we became somehow inseparable. Our relationship continued, and we remained friends after entering high school, but after I joined the archery club, we gradually grew apart.
Story of friendship, that's just someone nagging. It's like, wow, look at you doing that thing. You're being used. It's like, okay, whatever, weirdo.
But he stuck with him, so... The thorn at the root of our estrangement was pulled out half a year ago. But then we could no longer be the way we were 5 years ago, but we've been burying the hatchet enough that we can at least talk like this. Yeah, so as a reminder, Shinji, at the end of Unlimited Blade Works, did kind of reform a little. And the other 2 routes he died, so... The clock strikes 3. Shinji finishes his 3rd cup of coffee and stands up. Is it that time already? I have to meet someone, so I'm leaving. I only dropped by today because I had the opportunity. Don't get any funny ideas about it. Got it, but are you sure? If you wait a little longer, Sakura will show up. I'll pass. I'm not fond of noise. Just imagine everyone swarming on this place gives me the creeps. I see out the visitor I've known for 5 years. Are they growing, like, tomatoes or something in the hall there?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it.
Alright, I won't go as far as to get you a computer, but at least put a TV in your room. I'll tell you to get a computer. Okay. You're far too behind the times, even for a Magus. Shinji leaves me with one of his usual insults, but though I'm grateful for his advice, I'm pretty sure I have a computer or 2 in the storehouse. Wonder if I should have told Shinji about our relatively high-tech household to correct his misunderstanding. Okay. Now what? Should we...
Well, I'm curious, what are the options for walking? Can we walk with Tosaka yet, or no?
Oh, alone. Oh, we only have one of these left.
Okay.
The sky is close. The tallest building in the city. Tonight, the rooftop is once again strikingly lit by the strong moonlight. I don't really have a reason for coming here. I'm not looking over the city. Instead, my eyes are always directed upward. The moon is close. The eclipse shape of the moon somehow looks like a cup. Suddenly, I get the foolish notion that maybe I could reach it from here. I need a rocket to go to the moon. Either that or a nauseatingly long ladder. Without that, I wouldn't be able to get up there. Might as well go back. Nothing to do up here by myself. Leave behind the silver thread. This is where the sky, the empty sky, is. Even with this tall tower, I could not reach the beginning.
Well, that was peaceful.
Yeah. Okay. Oh man, lots of options. Ooh, friends at the harbor. Got people at the temple. 4th day is packed. We have been neglecting the 4th day. Because we keep going to Ilia's.
True.
Alright, so where should we go?
You know, let's take care of one of the friends. We can go to the temple.
Okay. Wait, is this the 4th day? Because we can't go to the outskirts. Wait, did I lose count? Are we on the 3rd day? Whatever. Alright. So should we talk to Ryder or the... I forget her name.
The friend.
Yeah.
Might as well get the friends out of the way.
The gate at the top of Ryudo Temple's long, long stairs. The gatekeeper here, a swordsman from another time, assassin Kojiro, does not reveal himself. Instead, the one watching the gate is known as Madame among friends, a cool-eyed girl.
Not here yet, as I thought.
You mean Issei? Although it just doesn't seem likely that she would have anything other than student council matters with Issei.
Ah, it's you, Emiya. So you're a close friend of the son of the temple.
It's more of an inseparable relationship. Do temples interest you as well, Himuro? Something on
the temple gate.
it's a narration. Something on the temple gate she was watching must have piqued her interest. Perhaps that Aon statue is the work of the famous Buddhist image maker of the Kamakura period. Is that what she's thinking?
Yukiko did say that she saw him.
Saw?
A person that looked like a samurai. Makidera thought it was a ghost and got scared. Something odd.
That would be Kojiro. It's not like I can tell her, but calling him a ghost isn't that far off. Why would Sayagusa be able to see him?
However, I cannot imagine a ghost inhabiting a temple gate. But if there is one, wouldn't that mean this temple has a severe lack of virtue?
It would mean it's not their specialty. The prayers and exorcisms are their weak points.
I don't know about sects, but there had been a monk of high virtue. He'd clean up any mischievous apparitions in no time.
Shouldn't ghosts only be visible at night, though?
It's the opposite. You can easily mistake some other illusion for a ghost when it's dark out. Whereas in broad daylight, you'd easily see what might have confused you at night. A ghost might end up being just some withered, pompous grass.
I see, that's the voice of reason. Unfortunately, for an intellectual like Himuro, there actually is a ghost here. Himuro is looking around the temple gate once again.
Except, there wasn't anything to mistake for it. A puzzle indeed.
Thus, being unable to find a logical explanation for this phenomenon bothers her. Maybe there is one after all. Legends of desperate, defeated soldiers fleeing to the temple and whatnot.
Maybe there is one after.
Aren't
you the kind of person that believes in such things, Emiya?
You can't really prove they don't exist either. Earlier, Tosaka could probably give you a ton of model evidence that they do, in fact. I get a feeling that she would try to bring all magic under one group, under one grand unified Himuro theory.
You probably think they don't. I guess you're an atheist or rather a materialist.
Oh wait, that was his line. Probably think they don't. I guess you're an atheist or rather a materialist.
That's mean. I simply need a reason why they would exist. Saying it's a god's will isn't good enough.
I listened to her in amazement. As if being lectured by a chemistry or physics teacher, my head drops. No man should be able to match wits with her. We do have pretty deep conversations sometimes.
Assuming this ghost does exist, someone from a local history or the Ryudo Temple's death registry would be my first guess.
So if you find a matching historical figure, that would be it?
It would certainly make me feel a bit better if I did.
I see, it's the lack of certainty that makes her anxious.
As Yukiko said, it's a mystery after all. Disappointing.
Sayagusa's report isn't one that I can just dismiss, it seems. Is it one that she can just dismiss? But what will Himuro do if Makidera just starts acting up? Say you discover a ghost, what then?
I have not thought that far yet.
Presume that you're about to meet an unknown something that may or may not exist. Is that too tall of an order? Himuro appears to be considering her options.
No, it'd be worrisome, but not a problem. That's when we turn it over to the specialists.
Like Tosaka?
What are you saying? There are experts right over here. Should a ghost appear out of nowhere, they'll figure it out.
I see, so that's how. Did no one tell her that there's no abilities resembling the power of Buddha in the Ryudo family? Tosaka's talent runs in the family, at least.
Alright, I will go have a look around the temple grounds. If I see the son of the temple, I'll be sure to make him talk.
I don't think Issei knows about the ghosts, though.
Cannot see the forest for the trees, perhaps. If that's the case, I might as well just quietly have a prayer while I'm here.
Like for academic success and stuff? Someone as determined as Himuro has got a wish for something to that effect. However, turning around suddenly.
For true love.
Huh? Words I couldn't imagine hearing came out. Love, Himuro. I mean, who?
You seem to be surprised again, Emiya. Does the fact that I desire a good match offend you?
Well, of course not, but...
That time in the park, when I spoke about a love affair, you seem to have thought it strange too. What do you really think?
It's just that it was completely out of the blue. I mean, much like the one now.
I do not want you to take this the wrong way. Even if I am asking you such questions, it's not like I'm particularly interested in you.
It's alright. Essentially, you mean that I have neither charm nor looks. I get it.
You have it all wrong. Oh well, ghosts, love, same thing. Unexplored, unseen things are what captivate me. Because both are picture perfect. Do not ask. Even if I do wish for true love at this temple, it's for the good of the sweethearts I'm watching over. I have not yet thought about my own love. Well then, come and pray for a good match with me, Emiya.
Harley left me with those words. She sets off towards the gate at a brisk pace. What can I say? At our school, some people live in a different world. Himuro loves Detective. Now open. An event has been added to
What?
the eclipse.
I want to see that. Oh, look who's at the temple gates now.
Yeah. We got these guys over here. So should we go talk to Kojiro?
Yeah, let's call him out for that.
At the top of the long flight of stone steps stands the Ryudo Temple gate. The gate guard here is rather stubborn and difficult to deal with. Instead of something like lion dogs or Neo statues. Guess he's here today. I'm assuming Neo can also be spelled with an H instead of a U, because like there's that game Neo. I don't know if that's related. The figure of Sasaki Kojiro, assassin, comes into view. Having never gone into town, he has literally disappeared within the temple gate. An imposing character like that in broad daylight, when temple visitors around, would be rather odd. Fortunately, no one but Espers should be able to see him, or so you'd think. Out for a casual stroll, I ended up coming all the way here. I wonder why. Despite having the day off, I bet Issei still went to school. Even if I go out of the way to offer him a cheerful greeting, the chances of being able to get a conversation going with Kojiro are slim. Kojiro himself only glances toward me. Finding no ill intent, he shifts his gaze elsewhere. But, you know, after standing guard all day long, you can't help but be bored. A job where you don't do anything, even if it's an exaggeration. I can't fathom how tiresome that must be. I feel sorry for him. Maybe I should bring a present or something next time. He doesn't look like the kind of guy that dislikes drinking. Should I take some from the main temple building? Suddenly, Kojiro stands up. Behind me, I hear somebody going up the stone steps. Out of breath, they make a frequent stops along the way. Wondering who that might be, I hide behind the gate and take a peek. Huh? Kojiro aside, there's no need for me to hide. I just followed along. As she's having rest. Yeah. As she's having rest just a few steps before the top, I see a familiar face. Saigusa. Is she alone? Once recovered, she slowly conquers the last bit. The guard in question, Kojiro, gazes at Saigusa silently. Her epic ascent finally over, she looks at him uneasily, not noticing me yet. But she sees Kojiro. As I do recall hearing about this somewhere. She speaks up, a hint of fear in her voice. I can't blame her. Not when this anachronism of swordsman stands in front of her, and not a single TV crew or signboard in sight.
Excuse me? Would you happen to be from the temple?
That is correct.
I'm not sure it would be impolite of me to ask, but is there a festival going on?
Very Saigusa-like straight pitch. She must be inquiring about Kojiro's antique-looking clothes. A festival. It seems this temple does have a history behind it. I recall Castor talking about it, but sadly, I did not know when.
What kind of history, I wonder?
Saigusa ponders, tilting her head to the side.
Oh, Castor-san, Kuzuki-sensei's wife, right?
That's correct, unfortunately. She seems a little off-put by his blunt manner of speech. Perhaps it's about time to interrupt them. Just as I'm about to make an appearance, Saigusa's unexpectedly persistent stance stops me in my tracks. The way things are now, this is not a good time to come out.
Mr. Sun and Kuzuki-sensei are a really good match for each other, I think. Could I have your name?
Tsushita Kojiro.
So, Kojiro-san, don't you think they are a good match?
Tsushita? Stop making up weird names. Did he think she might get suspicious if he called himself Sasaki Kojiro while wearing that outfit? And what's your name?
My name is Saigusa Yukika.
Miss Yukika, watching her antics as she chases after her dear husband, with not a hint of recognition from him, used to be one of the few sources of amusement I had. Recently, not quite as much. You're a wicked man, Kojiro. However, I can sympathize. Being perpetually assigned to guard duty while Castor strolls freely around town would put anyone in a foul mood.
Is that so?
What? That's just my perverted taste. Knowing that she's been blessed by an innocent child like you probably would make her happy. Muttering thus, he sits down on the stone steps.
Innocent, am I?
She really is, though she wouldn't notice it herself. But despite nervousness, she still sits down beside him.
Kojiro-san, it really isn't just my imagination, is it?
While saying that, Saigusa runs her hand all over Kojiro's costume. While his face may remain stone still, he's definitely troubled.
Maki-chan and Kane-chan both say there isn't a samurai at the temple gate. But there really is one after all.
Probably just came at the wrong time. He mutters in bewilderment, staying beside her. Befriended by a cute little puppy, even Kojiro finds it hard to be unkind.
Really? Why did you come to the temple?
Oh no, just the temple gate, watching from above, seeking out imprudent fellows amongst the visiting pilgrims. That is the duty of the gate guard, you see. He isn't exactly lying, but he isn't quite telling the truth either. Of course, he'd be reluctant to talk about servants and so forth in the first place.
So that's why you're dressed up like a samurai? And here I thought maybe you were practicing for the fall festival performance.
I see. While Kojiro sits there dumbfounded, Saikusa's face is sparkling with innocent smile.
That's great. You really are like a samurai, Kojiro-san. That big sword behind your back, is it real?
It's a Bichio olive blade, over 5 feet long.
Eek! Eek!
Hearing that it's a real sword, Saigusa leaps back. No wonder, when you think about it, seeing a man armed with a real sword right in front of you is a bit of a shock. Even my thick head itself would be perturbed in that situation. Haha, don't be scared. I would not dare attack a defenseless woman and children.
But is it really alright with the police?
Temples and shrines have always had the right to protect the people. Do not worry. What century is that from? Gathering her resolve once again, Saigusa simply goes back to sitting by his side. The flow of the conversation is interrupted, and silence sets in, yet there's definitely a friendly air between the two of them. After watching from behind the gate, I suddenly feel rather embarrassed by this act of voyeurism.
Kojiro-san,
What now?
if it's alright,
Listening to this makes me nervous. I mean, Saigusa is talking to a guy out of her own will. Just what is it that attracts her to Kojiro? Is his slightly greater than average audacity? Had Makidera been there, there'd be more than a little violent uproar, no doubt.
next time, I thought maybe you could meet with Maki-chan and Kane-chan.
Are those your friends? Yeah, Kane. I recall seeing someone by that name. Kojiro's nodding, but his face remains stern.
Really? So it turns out you already know Kane-chan?
She would not have seen me, however. I was up above at that time. But what's all that? What's with all that? What would a hermit like me? What has a hermit like me done to deserve this attention? He lets out a light sigh. His dramatic attitude looks nothing more than an attempt to relieve some boredom at the expense of Saigusa's naivete.
Sorry, that wasn't my intention. I see.
She seems dejected. It would take some, well, like Makidera or Tosaka to extract a promise as overbearing as that. Miss Yukika?
Case, how about my younger brothers? Would you meet them?
Why them?
If they find out there's a real samurai here, I'm sure they'll be astonished. And so, if you'd promise,
By the way, Kojiro, do you know how to play soccer? Having said that much, she silently stays silent. Or she stays silent. Not that it makes it any less forceful. Hearing promise, the word causing her anxiety. A faint smile appears on Kojiro's face. There's no way Saigusa would You know, the way of the promise that binds his body there. Binds his body here. So you have little brothers, Yukiko Dono?
Yes, I'm the eldest sibling.
I see. They ought to be kind and loving brothers, just like their big sister. The praise causes Sayagusa's cheeks to light up bright red in an instant. She's flustered once again.
At all. They're troublemakers and never listen to what they're told. They're gluttons. All they ever do is embarrass me. And had I brought them along, I'm sure they would say something bad to you too, Kojiro-san.
There's no need to be anxious, Miss Yukika. I believe there's nothing wrong with recollecting the days long gone once in a while, right? Nodding like that, Kojiro is getting dramatic again. Twisted as he is, he can still weave in a glamorous quote. Or did he actually mean it? If that's the case, I have greatly underestimated Sayagusa's skill.
Really?
Let us meet again, whenever you see fit. That said, nighttime visits are dangerous. Daytime as the chance comes.
Well then, I will come visit again, this time with my brothers. Sorry for imposing.
She bows deeply. In the end, despite wanting to leave, well, I guess it's alright. So I really did end up just watching them. Kojiro knew it, but it's rather rude for me to be peeking at Sayagusa. As quietly as possible, I take my leave. Well then, how about I have a look around the main grounds?
Man, Amiya, you're just being kind of creepy during these days, huh?
Yeah. Alright, I guess we'll hang out at the Envy residence. Alright, we got something important with Rin, or we can go see Ryder or Fujimura.
I want to see Fujimura's other one. I mean, Quiz Ogre.
Yeah. Somehow, I smell alcohol.
Ta-da!
After we had all gathered in the living room, a high-spirited Ilya is the last to appear. What could this be about? Looks like she's been taking a few pages out of Fujine's book. What is it, Ilya?
Well, Shiro, since you let me eat dinner over here so often, today I've come to return the favor.
Saber, our main freeloader, reverts her eyes as though suddenly uncomfortable. No, there's no problem, you know. If I concern myself with who is hanging around here all the time, then I'd be the one feeling awkward.
Returning the favor? Ilya, did you cook for us? I may not look it, but things like omelets are my specialty.
Ah, that's true. The bread you brought us was awfully crunchy, though. Last time I said that to her, she explained it was a way saying...
It's because I didn't understand how you do toaster, Shiro.
But it's true that everything she's tried making over here so far has come out kind of crispy. Maybe she and the toaster just don't get along.
So, what is it you've come to repay Shiro with? Voila!
With a flourish, Ilya brings out a cut glass bottle. Oh, just from looking at it, I guess that's pretty expensive. An aura of high-quality surroundings in it. Like that of an XO or even a VSOP. I don't know what that is.
Whatever that is.
If I remember correctly, XO is... what again? The kind of Chinese seasoning?
It looks like alcohol to me. Yeah, most likely whiskey or brandy. The color is kind of pale though. This is from our special Einsburn Distilled Deluxe Spirits.
Spirits definitely means alcohol. She looks coyly at me as though waiting to hear my impression of her gift. The container it's in alone is so elegant looking that I feel awkward just holding it. think it was Rin.
Special deluxe? So that means the Einstein's make it themselves? Hehe. It's definitely not something that could be made at the Tosaka residence. I told you before, Shiro, that we have a distillery in the castle.
I do remember hearing about that. The mention of the castle's distillery, Saber vigorously nods her head.
Indeed. It is true that any castle worth a name contains a distillery or brewery within its walls. My castle itself had one down in the cellar. Though, it is true that it was no match for the winery said to be kept by the Gauls. Oh? So this is alcohol crafted at the Einsburn Castle. Castle Einsburn, huh?
As I continue hesitating, Tosaka takes the bottle in her own hands with the Neria carrying and examines it. The way she handles what looks like a priceless antique as though it were an ordinary object. Wow.
That's right. I originally meant it to be for Oni-chan. But since I'm feeling generous today, I'll let you have some too, Rin. Might I be allowed to have a taste as well, Elisville?
So we're not even going to address the age issue. I don't think even Ilya's old enough. Well, I don't actually
I mean, they're making in the castle. And this is all, Quiz Ogre's fault, if anything.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know what the drinking age is in Japan. Maybe she's old enough, but... Saber makes her request in a reserved tone. Even Saber, who would normally at least inquire as to the reason for such a display of charity from Ilya, seems to be greatly interested. Perhaps she is intrigued by the prospect of tasting an unknown drink.
Something about this doesn't sit right with me, but how about we graciously accept her offer, Shiro?
I'll bring some glasses. Saber, will you be joining us?
Yes, thank you. This is still not as bad as the Tono household.
Yeah, true. It's a shame that we don't have a set refined enough to complement that bottle. I didn't know what kind would be best, so I brought a bunch of different ones. Tosaka nods as I set down the tray on the table. Everyone's getting really fired up to drink this stuff, aren't they?
How thoughtful of you. I'll have it straight then. Impressive, Rin. Elisville, what degree proof would this happen to be? Degrees? I do wonder. I'd say it's pretty strong.
As I discuss it, Tosaka uncorks the bottle with a pop. The moment she does, a strong alcohol smell fills the air. Whoa, is this really okay? In only a few seconds, the sweet aroma has already blanketed the room, making me groan involuntarily. With the smell that strong, the contents must be pretty potent stuff. But bring a lighter close to the bottle and it'll catch fire in an instant.
Wow, this will sure have a kick to it. Oh ho! This is one strong drink, not unlike a medicinal tonic. Could I have it diluted a bit? All right. Here we go. Here you go, Ni-chan.
I timidly accept the bottle she hands me and pour it into the pre-offered glass of ice. Maybe it's just my imagination, but it feels less like pouring a drink and more like mixing experimental chemicals into a beaker. Just pouring it in is enough to make me feel dizzy.
Oh no, they're drinking nail polish remover. Emiya-kun, are you getting drunk off of just the smell? I believe this may be a bit more than you're used to, Shiro. It is essential that you take care. Straight in the rocks, Irene, and a double with water for Saber.
Wonder why Ilya looks so used to doing this, as she stirs Saber's drinks with a practiced hand before passing it to her. Still, it definitely looks like she's agitating the contents of the beaker in my eyes. Wonder if it's because of the smell, but I'm getting a bad feeling about this.
Would you like some, Shiro?
I'm not such a strong drinker, but since you took the trouble of bring it for us, I'll just have a sip.
That's the spirit. Here you are, Oni-chan.
I pour just a little bit into the glass she holds out. Ilya is holding the glass on her own, but hers only has a glass of her own, but hers only has water in it. Well, letting children drink isn't something I can condone.
Well then, cheers!
It's like, is Shiro still oblivious to the fact that Ilya is older than him?
I can't tell. It's all over the place. Like,
Yeah.
okay, yes, big sister.
We clink our glasses together before lifting them to our mouths. I'm more than a little hesitant. I get a premonition of shock similar to when Fujine tricked me into drinking vodka for the first time as a prank. On the other hand, the drink is likely to evaporate if I just keep pouring and pondering about like this. Alright, if Tosaka and Saber can both manage it, then it should be no problem for... What? This is way too strong, Ilya. Ilya inclines her head a little as though to say, is that so? But as for the two drinking companions...
The taste is unusual, but it's pretty good. Indeed. It is true that it is quite different from any spirits I have tasted. It must be due to some special technique used in its making. It makes me wonder what's in it.
The two of them are both playing wine critics while they drink. Regular drinkers are really in a different class, I think. And I'm finding myself unable to match the pace of their refills. Like, my tongue still stings. Wonder if I could get away with taking some of the water on the table and using it to rinse out my...
Yeah?
A highly unusual utterance suddenly escapes either Saber's or Tosaka's lips. As I look up, I'm wondering what it was. I met with two pairs of eyes staring heatedly at me from across their empty glasses.
Jiro, it's not good to let glasses stay empty, you know.
Whoa, is Tosaka drunk? On top of that, Saber's gone completely silent and her face is bright red. Even I underestimated the true power of this alcohol. It's Ilya.
Did you just say nya? Are you supposed to be a cat, Rain? Nya? What the heck nya are you saying, Ilias Nyasville? I didn't say nothing like that, nya.
She said nya. She most definitely said nya. Her A's are changing into nyas. Besides, Iliasville sounds pretty original too. Though in contrast to my praise, Ilya, whose hatred of cats is notorious, is looking up at Tosaka rather dubiously right now.
This is amazing. It feels really nice. But Shiro, you aren't drinking anything now.
This is weird. This Tosaka before us is definitely getting weird. Could it be that she's trying her best to act sober, but the influence of the alcohol on her is like a strange filter on everything she says, and her behavior is now as a result? And then there's Saber, who hasn't said a thing throughout this whole conversation. Hey, Ilya, is this stuff really safe to drink?
It's strange. Could it be...
Looking perplexed, she removes the cork from the bottle and takes a sniff.
Aha. She did bring the nail polish remover.
Hey, what's going on, Ilya?
Shame on you, Liz. If you keep your experiments in bottles like these, Even I'm going to get them mixed up.
Oh, did she pull a Kohaku?
Oh no. Teehee?
Ilya giggles as she lightly raps herself on the head. So the target of any complaints about should be the currently absent Liz, but
It's true I sneaked it out of the castle behind Stella's back, but I never thought something like this would happen.
did you just say experiments?
Oh, they can have some pretty strange side effects. But they're basically harmless. If that's what she drank, then no wonder Reen reacted that way. What are you saying, Ilias Nyasville? I demand you to explain yourself, nya.
So this is the effect of that particular experiment, huh? That's right, it could definitely be some drug that can alter people's senses and speech patterns, couldn't it?
It's a kind of hallucinogen. It alters perception and makes the drinker more susceptible to altered states like drunkenness or hypnotism. Reen loves cats, so it makes sense that this is a part of her weekend. Nya. Nya, did you just say meow? I told you not to say meow, Reen. You know how much I hate that.
Tosaka drunkenly plasters herself all over a thoroughly disgusted Ilya. Am I ever glad I followed my intuition? I didn't have any. No doubt about it. Gulp down something as strong smelling as that, and something's bound to react. Huh?
Nyafu. Now that it's come to this, Iliasville, you're gonna get it. Like, see Mishiro?
Did you not check the contents of the bottle first? I try asking Elia as I push her behind my back for protection. The Tosaka before me with her fangs bared, hissing, resembles nothing more than a cat defending its territory.
I did check. Just to be sure, I gave some to Taiga before I brought it to you.
Ah, so then she became a tiger.
She didn't act any different than she usually does, so I thought it was safe.
Well, even regular beer is enough to turn Fujine into a tiger. It's about what you'd expect from her, to not be affected by Ilya's drug, or for the effect to be no different from our usual behavior. Hold on a second, didn't Saber drink it too? Saber, are you alright? Saber has kept her head down and not said a word this whole time. I do hope she didn't have a bad reaction to it.
I'm okay, girl. See? What the heck, Saber? You sound so funny. Go.
I see. Saber would be a lion. I figured she might be a dog or something, but when you remember how much she likes that stuffed lion.
Gabu. Shiro, you should drink some too, go. That's right. Just enjoying yourself. Watching us and not being a part of it is definitely not fair, nya.
If that's so, then Ilya should drink it first. I'm sure she turned into a fox or something. As the two bees close in on me, I take aim at Ilya. The little white devil just sticks her tongue out and laughs.
No way. Don't you know that drinking and smoking are prohibited for minors, Oni-chan?
Don't you play dumb, but more importantly, Tosaka, Saber, calm down. Even if I start going woof woof, it wouldn't be that interested. What? Okay, I guess that's that. I think that's the first I've heard of Rin liking cats. That does explain why she gets cat ears when she's a magical girl, though.
Makes sense.
Alright, so now we're on the 4th day. Oh, I didn't mean to shoot. I just clicked it without thinking.
Oh well, too late. We're
Yep.
here.
Yeah, we still have the other...
Nothing new at the ruins.
Yeah, we haven't done the easy and intermediate quizzes yet. Should we do that, or should we talk to Ilya?
We just talked to her, so let's go in the ruins.
Alright. Skip ahead. Alright, elementary or moderate?
We are elementary now.
Which of these things is not like the others?
Laser it.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, wait.
What? Really?
Oh boy. So it's like extremely motto. Is this why
Clearly always mini skirts.
I have to say, if we're taking this seriously, I would assume always elegant. Yeah, okay. How many noble phantoms does Saber John have?
Is it 3?
It's always the case of what is a noble phantasm. There's Excalibur, but we could count Avalon, but then what would be the third? Oh wait, Invisible Air. Yeah, there we go. Miraculous female instructor Fujimura Taiga, what club does she oversee?
The Just Going Home Club, clearly misleading. What was the first one then? Well, this one, is it the liquor store? It is. He's mentioned liquor store.
Yeah. Yeah.
He since we got the bad end.
Yeah. Alright, well. Oh, okay. This is the first time going back after, I'm happy to see really this kind of invitation. I better be getting back to town. The Holy Grail War has restarted. I went out to the castle without telling anyone, and I bet they'll start worrying right about now. Thanks, Ilya, but I'd better be getting back. I'll stay the night next time I come over.
Okay. But it'll be difficult going back this late. Shino, why don't you worry about Sakura and the others, even at times like this? Milady, we must not be unreasonable. Come, Laceret. Emiya-sama will be leaving now. See him out as far as the forest. Okay. Too bad though. Shiro going home.
That takes care of that. I really hate to go, but this is it for today. See you, Ilya. I'll be back again. I wave to her as I say goodbye.
Fine. But you better stay over next time. Like you said, you better do it, Shiro. Well done, Emiya-sama. It seems that even you can show moderation at times.
This shows me out of the lobby. It'll probably be dark by the time I get back to the city. Well then, how should I spend the final night? Alright, so do we progress the plot or do we talk to Ryder?
We can progress the plot a bit. More nighttime options.
Oh wait. As for advice, or go have a look?
We'll ask for advice and then we'll sneak a peek later.
I'll go talk about the current situation. Seeing as Tosaka came back right after hearing about the abnormality, I should ask for her take on things.
Yes, I had a quick look around the city, and as far as I can tell, there are no easy ways to deal with this. So tell me what you know, Emiya-kun.
As if she was prepared well in advance. Tosaka cuts right to the chase. Well, it sure makes it easier for me. I do have one question first. Say, Tosaka, what about Archer? Now that you're back, is he on standby around here?
As with Archer, we were no longer master and servant anymore in the first place.
Huh? What do you mean? You revoked the contract?
Or like he got revoked, after the Holy Grower ends, the contract is normally cancelled by the servant that is. Ryder and Saber seem to be content as they are. That guy had other things on his mind. So we're no longer cooperating 24/7. Instead, we help each other out when it's needed and reciprocate. Kind of a give and take type of situation. I'm still acting as a catalyst needed for him to stay in this world, but I've cut off the magical energy supply. Wait, but you already knew that since long ago, didn't you? Why are you asking about that again?
That's right. The way things are with Tosaka and Archer right now, while he's staying nearby, he'll help her when she needs it, under certain conditions. I don't know what Archer was thinking when he chose to establish that kind of relationship, but I guess it wouldn't have worked out any other way. Continuing as Tosaka's servant is likely to produce some sort of definite contradiction.
Emiya-kun? What's wrong? Your face turned kind of scary there. I understand that you dislike Archer, but is it upsetting just to talk about him?
No, just a little dizzy, sorry. I got sidetracked, so let's get to the main point. Tosaka, have you sensed anything strange while patrolling around town? Any uneasiness or places that feel weird?
I can't say for sure. Well, I did think that something was off. I haven't really found anything. If you'll forgive me for using an abstract explanation, it's like every time I get the feeling that something is off, there's some sort of contrivance that kicks in and prevents me from being able to tell what that something is.
The moment you become aware of your abnormality, it changes into something normal. Is that it? In other words, what looks to be normal really isn't. So then, if we assume that abnormal events that never took place in the original Fuyuki were the norm... I'm thinking back to when he first walked into the church and saw it destroyed for a split second, then it was normal.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's the kind of thing he's talking about.
It seems like you know something, Emiya-kun. What happened while I was away?
Nothing at all, but... Where did I acquire all this extra knowledge? There's something I want to ask. I'm not even sure why I brought this up, but now that I have... After collecting myself as much as I can, I start explaining the fight with Archer that hasn't happened yet. Saber's defeat at the hands of a master I've never seen. The story of Fuyuki City drawing to a close at the end of each fourth day.
Let me make sure I've got this straight, Emiya-kun. You know about these incidents? Though you haven't seen them firsthand, nor personally experienced that fourth day?
Yeah, I just know about them, and I know I didn't dream about them or hear of them somewhere either.
And yet you know, for some reason, you somehow understand the incidents occurring in the town. But because the current Emiya-kun doesn't know about them yet, you can't remember any of them. You're not starting over at the point either, are you? And since it only applies to you and not me, Sakura, or others, it also doesn't appear to be Fuyuki. Doesn't appear to be a Fuyuki-wide incident.
No, it isn't
No.
that... Oh, no, sorry.
No, is it that Fuyuki is only in that state for these last 4 days, and you're the only one who can see the ones beside you?
All I told her was the end of the fourth day is that I somehow know about. The story of Emishiro who cannot move beyond the 4 days. As if realizing something from just that, Tosaka's muttering to herself.
I see. It's not a restart. It's a reappearance. That would also explain why all the servants have gathered, in that case. It's not that everything is a lie. It's that there's one liar.
Tosaka's stare is becoming sharper. Whatever she's talking about, it can't be good. Tosaka, did you figure something out from all of that nonsense?
And that's right. If I were to take if I were to take about a trillion steps back and look at your story and assume that I did in fact happen, and then yes, I did figure out what the trick here.
So very reliable. The fact that she wouldn't believe it does hurt me a little, though.
Listen, what I'm about to say is based entirely on the gossip that I've just heard from you. It is absolutely, utterly, not even remotely related to this town's abnormality. Got that?
Gotcha. So it's no more than an empty abstract theory.
Before that, it's not. It's what we'd have if we tried to put some consistency into the nonsense that you're saying. Well, never mind. Now, where did I put my glasses?
Tosaka-sensei retrieves a pair of glasses from her bag. It's been a while since I've seen her go into all-knowing Tosaka mode.
Now then, based on what you've told me, Emiya-kun, it would seem that the course of these 4 days, from October 8th to October 11th, there is something very wrong going on. Saber and Ryder both stated that the Holy Grail War was restarted. There's a problem, however. Do you see what I'm getting at? If the fighting has been resumed, someone has to be missing.
That's right. If there were really a restart, then the participants who dropped out half a year ago shouldn't be here now.
It may be odd, but it's also the part that explains itself. It must be that in this situation, during just these 4 days, even if someone was here who shouldn't be, we'd be unable to determine who that was. That's why there's nothing wrong with the fact that everyone has gathered. No, not having everyone present would be odd. After all, this is the result of someone trying to reproduce the Holy Grail War that once occurred in the past.
Someone's trying to reproduce the Holy Grail War? No, I mean, that much I understood from the start. So the guy who wants the Holy Grail is still trying to start the Holy Grail War?
That would be restarting. What I'm describing is reproducing. Let's say you want to restart. You prefer the servants that were defeated to stay that way, wouldn't you? And yet, we have all the servants present in town. That's why, like it or not, this person wants to just reproduce a Holy Grail War. Just to fight. Just to continue fighting forever. And in order for it to happen, these 4 days include every possible scenario that could unfold. To keep it enjoyable no matter how many times it happens, to keep it feeling fresh every time.
Is that why? Come, let's continue the Holy Grail War. Those words were spoken. Hold on, once the 4 days pass, the town goes back to normal, doesn't it? So why do I know about what's going to happen? Doesn't it seem like it's just me who returns to the first day?
If you were returning, you would have clear memories of it happening. I'm sure you're catching glimpses of yourself, Emiya-kun. If I were to draw it, here's how it looked like. It's no parallel world for sure, since all possibilities have equal weight during the 4 days. You go like this. Assuming that an infinite number of mirror-like images of the participant known as Emiyashiro exist. They're all running the same track, but on different times. Do you see it now?
I played one of those video game... Wait, oh. That's Rin.
I played one of those video game things while I was away. It's a shame.
It's the same.
I mean, it's the same.
Yeah.
A shooter, is it? The one with the third-person view, where you start over from the beginning when you die. The way the character sees it, there's no connection. But from the player's point of view, those lives all happen one after another. It's the same here. As long as a character exists, you get to start over even if you die. Totally new character, but the exact same traits and appearance, wouldn't you agree? That is precisely what's happening with you, Emiya-kun.
Oh no, they're becoming self-aware. This is a video game. Tosaka's metaphor is awfully impolite, but I get what she's trying to say. I guess by seeing the ones beside me, thing she was smuttering, she actually meant seeing player B that went ahead of me. It's a conclusion of a different playthrough that I know about. I haven't experienced it myself yet, but I can go, oh, player A got beaten by a boss here. I guess that's how you could put it. Wait. There's a lot I don't agree with, but as far as making sense of it goes, I can live with that. So does it mean that if I take it easy, I should be able to get past the 4 days?
I don't think there's an Emiya Shiro that didn't get past. Even if you're a corpse by that time, the 5th day would still come. Neither Sakura nor I have the dreams that you do, Emiya-kun, and it's quite clear that the town itself does not go back either. However, it's possible that, as an exception, should you fail to do something about this Holy Grail by yourself in 4 days, you will, in fact, end up dead.
Heaven's Field Redux. Okay. This might be what you call an ill omen. The situation went from bad to downright scary. Phew, I understand why I know weird things now, but how does one reproduce the Holy Grail War? Can't this one guy that wants the Holy Grail really do sorcery like that? If you have the ability to do something like that, you could probably just make your wish happen in the first place.
Oh, come on. I told you. The wish has already come true already. They aren't reproducing it because they want the Holy Grail. They're doing it because they want to continue killing. In other words...
Ah. I see. It's the other way around.
That was the wish. Assuming they have the Grail and that their wish to reproduce the Holy Grail War has been granted already.
Oh, that was Shiro's line, looks like.
Exactly. If we assume that this was someone's wish, and the only way to stop it is to find and defeat the owner of the Grail. Well, if we do have any suspects at all, it'd be the people that did not participate in the previous Holy Grail War to begin with.
That's a pretty simple conclusion. Anyone that has recently popped up on the scene is under suspicion.
As for me, I was not around until now, but I am a part of this town to begin with, and thus can be excluded. Were there anyone that was not here half a year ago, they'd be the culprit behind this whole incident.
Say, Tosaka, I do actually know one such character that'd fit the bill, I think. Problem is, it looks like I die every time I meet her. Seems like we still don't have a way to solve it.
I'm getting tired of unrelated questions. Well, if you're getting killed every time, doesn't that mean that the way you meet her is in itself wrong? Listen, if you already know the best way to meet her, and the first place it happened, then make sure it happens again with your own hands. I'm sure you can manage that, Emiya-kun. What a fake.
She keeps mumbling. Guess she didn't believe any of it after all. Well, what do you know? There actually is another place I could meet the girl at. That time, if I remember right. Tosaka and the track and field and archery clubs were all Ryudo Temple. I'll keep that in mind. My next objective is clear for the time being.
Will it be of help? So, what will you do now, Emiya-kun? Are you going to go look for the Grail's owner?
Well, to the extent of my abilities. For now, there's no real damage done, and I'll go back to normal once the 4 days pass, right? I'll deal with it somehow. Sorry to bother you. I get up from my seat. This has become a much larger conversation than I expected.
For goodness sake, none of us ever had such dreams, so I really can't verify any of this. For now, I played along and gave you a serious answer. But really, if you have the time to be retelling such wild illusions, you could use it to invite me to the pool or something instead. If you just keep using me whenever it's convenient for you, two can play at that game, you know.
She proceeds to give me a frightening bit of info with an equally frightening smile. Pool. The pool, huh? Okay. I'll repay this favor in a non-material way soon enough. So please do wait for it. Just don't expect too much. Much obliged. See you tomorrow, Tosaka. Leave the guest room behind. She does not answer right away. Instead, she sighs secretly and...
Hey. It's great to have everyone together, isn't it?
Her faint smile is a mirror image of my own mood, too. Just remember, we haven't been to the, wait, no. We haven't been over to the shrine in a while.
Please have new stuff.
Yeah, there's a bunch here.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh. Those are, Egremagnu's weapons.
Ah, it's those. They were hung from the ceiling at the Sankaido, but they said that they weren't for sale and I couldn't buy them.
Who would? Those are probably throwing daggers crafted by the Azande or Ubangi tribes of Central Africa.
Aren't these different? They're a noble phantasm, right?
No, not a noble phantasm, but they are quite a unique item. Just like Berserker's axe sword, it's an object that is an accompaniment of the person.
I'd like to hear the details.
If you're fine with just the specs, then I shall tell you. This is a pair of reverse grip weapons, named Taurich left and Zarich right. While the enemy's blade is caught with the left, the right is used to attack.
In Japanese, their names would be Hidari Shishigami, left death god, and Migi Shishigami, right death god, right?
As you can see, the shape was fashioned to imitate the fangs of a beast. In the era where they were created, they were probably worshipped as real demon's fangs.
The demon's fangs, huh? Gulp. So she wanted to buy them.
Oh wait, what? How much? 50,000?
Holy cow, why?
Yeah, I guess we're not getting that one for a while. So 1,800, 500. Okay, we can afford all the rest.
Cute.
Like the little rubber ducky down the bottom there.
The production director's caricature series, part 1. If possible, I'd like to collect them all as life-size plushies. You're finally starting to lose it, huh?
Nope.
Archer's new sprite, an additional variant. The plainclothes right design was introduced right near the end of production, actually.
But I also like the sleeveless center one.
Oh, is that so? The concept artist said, I was worried he would look way out of place just walking around town like that, so I hurriedly drew up another design.
But I like it.
And that's what matters. Big Gilgamesh or Little Gilgamesh? Which one? Which one was yours?
Gold or silver, big or small. Either way, I'll pass.
Bill Gill is comparatively more popular, though. According to the designer, the old street clothes, right, are the revival of a design that was rejected as an impossible and frankly too unpleasant for the original fate. Little Gil follows the same trend, or something like that.
That's just unnecessary. What trend? An exposed midriff?
Of course, an exposed chest is a thing of beauty, but there's no need for a certain someone to take anything else off.
I wasn't going to.
Aw, Medea.
Yeah. So it's Castor. The character designer said something like, I had to work hard as she had an excessive amount of different expressions.
She certainly does, in stark contrast to the original work. In other words, soon Twitch.
Twitch, you say?
Twitch indeed.
Yes, I am on Twitch and YouTube. Alright, so I feel like we need to save up for this one, whatever it is.
And why so expensive?
Also, do we get any new wallpapers? I haven't checked in a while. Those look old. Yeah, nothing there. I guess we should check this out just at least once. I think I might have to play it off screen because I think it is required for 100%, but we should at least take a look at it. Wait, what? Rules, config, oh boy. Wait, oh, what? Oh god, what is all this?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I guess these are like different rules you can set for Hanafuda.
Oh, Capsule Wars, I miss you.
And that was in Japanese too. That was still easier to understand than this. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. I think I need to actually study how to play Hanafuda to play this. Let's try the tutorial, I guess.
It is time for tutorial. Please join us for the lecture, of course. The topic will be the game of Hanafuda. See that you listen well, Laceret. Okay, got it. Hanafuda is a variation of the matching game of Karuta. It is played with 12 sets of 4 cards, each set for each month of the year. For a total of 48 cards, each card depicts a flower related to its month. It is said that the game has its origins in the game of Kai-Oi, shell matching, enjoyed by nobles in the Heian period, and in the game of Tensho Karuta, which enjoyed great popularity during the Edo period. A card game? From aces to queens? Yes, you may think of it that way. But unlike those playing cards, Hanafuda cards depict beautiful scenes of nature throughout the 4 seasons, and each card has a specific point value. You have the most cards to win. Animal cards are double points. You are completely mistaken. Allow me to explain the correct way to play. Now then. The game we will play today is called Koi Koi. Koi Koi is a game for 2 players. Both players match their cards and combine them to create so-called yaku. Each yaku has a different point value. The objective is to win multiple rounds and claim all of your opponent's points first. Will this do for a summary? More or less. Then I will now give a detailed explanation of each step in order. First, we select the dealer. At the beginning of the game, both players draw a card. Whoever draws the earlier month card becomes a dealer. The dealer's turn is first. For example, if a May card and a November card were drawn, the person with a May card will play first. Right. Once a dealer has been chosen, the next step is to deal each player a hand. The cards are distributed. Each player has a hand of 8 cards. 8 or more cards are placed face up on the table. The remaining 24 cards constitute the deck face down. Once that is finished, game preparation is over. Beginning of a tragedy, you rascals. Let us begin the game. As I said before, the dealer goes first. This player draws 1 card from her hand and places it on the table. At this point, if a card of the same month is already on the table, the player can capture the matching cards. The captured cards are then put aside without returning to the player's hand. The same player then draws 1 card from the deck, then places it on the table. If this card also belongs to the same month as any of the cards on the table, the player may match those cards and keep them. So basically, if you're lucky enough, you could get 4 cards in 1 turn. But if you're not, you may wind up with none at all. If neither the card you drew from your hand nor the card you threw from the deck contain a matching month, they are to remain on the table. Now the dealer's turn is over? Not quite. You cannot take points for the cards you have accumulated just yet. To score points with the cards, you must use them to create yaku. What kinds of yaku, like butterflies, are fluttery? Ashes, fluttery, and magic water and make them fluttery ashes, like that? I regret to inform you that no such yaku exists. Please use the list here as a reference. Let's have a look.
Okay, yeah, I get the gist.
Just match. Ribbons and butterflies, yes.
Yeah.
Impossible. Fear not. The yaku may seem extremely difficult to remember at first, but you shall gradually begin to recognize them as you play. During the game, you will be notified when you have all the necessary cards for yaku, or when you need only 1 more card to complete one, so rest assured.
I know Ino Shikacho, that's it.
What a relief. If the cards you have captured allow you to create a yaku, then you have the option to call game. What if you don't wanna? If you wish to continue without declaring game, you may call Koi Koi instead. Koi Koi! When aiming to create a high-scoring yaku to deal with heavy damage to your opponent, the ability to call Koi Koi becomes an advantage. Koi Koi! If you had not yet assembled any yaku and cannot declare game, or if you have called Koi Koi, the next turn may begin. Koi Koi! Yes. The opposing player's turn proceeds exactly the same as the dealer's. These turns are then repeated until either player calls game, or until one player runs out of cards in their hand. Got it. But what happens if we both can't make yaku? Game over? In that case, the cards are dealt again and the player starts over. Even with both players have points remaining, the cards are redistributed and play continues. In Koi Koi, points are counted individually, starting at 1. Each player has a total of 12 points at the start. The first player to declare game after creating a scoring yaku will see the equivalent number of points deducted from the opponent's score. The game ends when one player's score reaches 0. At that time, the player left with 1 or more points is of course the winner. So defeat means death. When your opponent is a dealer, completing a Yaku while drawing the last card will declare game automatically, so please do not be alarmed if this should happen. You can't koi koi? I trust this will serve as a general idea of how the game is played. Yeah, for sure. Roughly, probably, definitely. Let's just ignore that and move on with the tutorial. Apart from the 12 months, as I explained before, there's a grouping of cards. Let's see. Light, animal, ribbon, and the dreg, right? Cards with cool pictures are the strongest? Well, in a way, you're neither right nor wrong. Once you've memorized the 5 light cards, they're very simple to recognize. The January, March, August, November, and December suits each contain 1 light card, which are indeed those with the most beautiful and vibrant illustrations in the game. Yaku, including the light cards, range from the 3 lights to the 5 lights, Yaku, and are worth a great number of points. Animal cards all depict animals. You may also choose to remember them as the flashiest cards after the light cards, or as the cards without ribbons on them. The animal and the Inoshika Cho Yaku are among those that can be created using animal cards. Ribbon cards, just as their names implies, depict either red or blue poetry ribbons. Among their possible Yaku are the ribbons, red poems, and blue poems combinations.
By the way, fans of either Naruto or the original Dragon Ball may be familiar with the Inoshika show. It's been referenced in both of them.
There are 3 blue ribbon cards. In addition to that, there are 7 red ribbon cards, 3 with writing and 4 without. Give Ilya a bigger part. Okay, done. Kindly refrain from writing wishes on these ribbons. However, such consideration surely is that of a model maid. All other cards outside of the light, animal, and ribbon classifications are dread cards, which depict comparatively simple images. Neat? Just whom are you trying to provoke with your constant sidebars? However, even these dread cards may be used to create Dreg's Yaku, and in a game where one can decide victory or defeat, they are not to be taken lightly. Show your neat power. What are you talking about? This concludes the explanations of the cards. Next we will discuss Yaku. There's more? Naturally. They are the foundation of the game after all. In truth, the best way to learn the Yaku is to play the game. You will gradually begin to remember them as you go along. However, I shall provide a brief explanation. Oh? There are 12 types of possible Yaku and Koi Koi. In principle, cards of the same type form a Yaku. Depending on how many light cards you hold, you may use them to create the 3 lights, 4 lights, and 5 lights Yaku. Please note that the special Rainman card, which nullifies the 3 lights Yaku, and if used with 4 lights, will form the Rain 4 lights Yaku instead, which is only worth 7 points instead of the 8 awarded for the 4 lights Yaku without it. Why? That's simply what the rules are. Though I must admit that it is a bit
I was
irksome.
about to say that's kind of a dumb rule.
But drawing on my vast stores of knowledge, I would surmise the man depicted on the Raimon card,
I think it's Rain
that
Man,
is, the
but
November Light card, is thought to be modeled after the master calligrapher Ono no Michikaze of the Heian period. It is said that during a creative slump, Michikaze saw a frog jumping over and over to reach a willow branch and was inspired to write again. However, other accounts hold that this was actually a premonition of peril for the emperor. Furthermore, as the other light cards can depict scenery of cherry blossoms, or the moon, imagine how the rain could spoil a lovely view. One might also remember it that way. So just remembering that it's a special card is okay? Indeed. Moving on, with a certain pairs of light, an animal card, the flower view, or cherry blossoms and sake, and the moon view, or the moon and sake, yaku may be created. These two special yaku depict exactly what their names state, and should therefore be fairly easy to remember. Quite an elegant variety of yaku, if I do say so myself. The Inoshika-cho yaku's next. This special yaku, consisting of the boar, deer, and the butterfly, has a significant point value, which is further increased by adding other animal cards. Completing it is rather difficult, however. Continuing on, we come to the red poems and blue poems, yaku, and the point value, which can be increased with other ribbon cards. For red poems yaku, you have to get the ones with writing. You do indeed. Completing both the blue poems and the red poems yaku will earn you 10 points. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, scary. Do be quiet. Ahem, where were we? Ah yes, 5 animal cards together will form an animal yaku. Furthermore, any 5 ribbon cards, regardless of their color, can be assembled into a ribbon yaku. Once you have formed one of these yaku, each additional animal ribbon card you obtain will earn you an extra point. That's right, when you have 6 or 7 cards, you get 2 or 3 points, respectively. And finally, we have the 10 Dreg cards, which can form the Dreg's yaku. Collecting 10 of them will earn you 1 point. It may not look like much, but yaku is a yaku. The plainness of the plain has to be neat charisma? Wah, kind of cool. I implore you to do something with your life. Are those two terms not total opposites? Anyway, this concludes the basic explanation of the Hanafuda game of Koi Koi. Phew, I'm full. Oh, are you? Then please think of the following as a dessert. Okay. I should now introduce the special aspects limited to this game. The Tora Buru Hanafuda Travel Journal.
oh, I get it. Tiger bloomers. Let's talk about Taiga and Ilya.
Oh man, I want to see that journal. By selecting the rules option from the title screen, you may view a menu of rules concerning scoring yaku that you can toggle before starting play. However, it is perfectly fine to ignore them for now and simply immerse yourself in play. Okay. Select settings in the title screen or from the left side of the game during play to configure the game. Perfect for a high-strung person like you. The yaku list and the card list may be assessed in the same way. It may prove invaluable during play, so please feel free to use it when needed. Finally, we now come to the most special feature, the Tora Buru Hanafuda Travel Journal game. And that is the Noble Phantasms. What? Noble Phantasms? Yes, Noble Phantasms. In this game, each character comes with their own special move.
What's that art?
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't show it there.
Characters in this game may amass a set amount of magic points. These MP can then be used for special moves, which can greatly alter the course of a game. How do you raise your MP? With passionate and lovey-dovey erotic things? No! The most basic way to increase your MP is through obtaining late cards, but simply having them in your hand will have no effect. They must be placed on the table and picked up first. Furthermore, each character has a certain special MP raising card type as well. However, just which cards they are is just a secret. Huh? Hoo-hoo? Now, we must not give away the surprise, especially when the noble phantasms are concerned. Please experience for yourself as you play the game. Huh? The effects of the various noble phantasms on the game vary wildly from character to character. For more information, please make use of the Noble Phantasm Summary panel found in the Settings menu. Noble Phantasms are characters that you have not yet played, or ones that have not been used against you will not be shown there, so please be careful. Seems like MP aren't easy to get. Is using them kinda hard? Practice is key. Observe the timing carefully and activate them at just the right moment. Now let us conclude with a practice game. Yeah.
覚悟はよろしいですか？それではチュートリアルを開始します。私
Another tutorial within a tutorial?
手札と場札をお配りし
Guess
ます。
so. Alright.
札を配り終えました。私のターンから開始です。
I think we could have started with this.
手札を1枚選んでください。場札からも選べます。この札はあなたのものです。手元へ移動します。取る。次に
But I want
山
the
札を
pig.
1枚引きます。この札は必ず場に出されます。
Okay. Quicken. I don't.
この札はあなたのものです。よろしいですか？ここまでがあなたのターンです。途中で札の種類やデッキ役を忘れたら、役一覧、札一覧ボタンを押して確認してください。ラジャー。
Alright.
同じ月の札が場にないようですね。この札は場に捨てられます。取れないのね。
I feel like this is automated enough. I can just click through it.
場に同じ月の札が2枚ありますね。どちらかお選びください。あと1枚であなたに役ができます。
Alright.
役のアイコンが出た。取った札の下にある役アイコンで決定すると、どの札が必要なのか表示されます。どうぞご参考に。
I see.
ご親切にどうも。
Oh, I didn't.
Hmm. 手札と場札に同じ月の札がありませんね。それでもやはり札を1枚捨ててください。
How does she know what your hand is?
Yeah.
She's cheating.
Yeah.
どれにしよう。 ひとまずはカス札を捨てるのがよろしいかと。一番安い札？札と役の関係を飲み込んできたら、残すべき札もだんだんお分かりになるでしょう。同じ月の札が場にありませんので、手札は場に残ります。
取れないんだ。
どちらにも役ができなかったり、または恋恋して上がり損ねて、そのまま手札がなくなると引き分けです。
残念。
引き分けでは持ち点は減らず、親も交代しません。チュートリアルは1ラウンドのみですが、実際のプレイでは相手の点数が0問になるまで続けられます。
なるほど。
最初は分かりづらいかもしれませんが、札や役を覚えながら楽しんでください。
うん。
それではご武運を。
Leslie.
Okay. I trust this has allowed you to get a feel for the game. So before we depart, allow me to advise you on some basic strategies. Tell me. First of all, though it may seem obvious, remembering the Yaku and the cards that make them up is the surest path to victory. Without this knowledge, you will find advancement quite impossible. Remember the Yaku and cards. Second, in play, your first priority should be to obtain the cards that can form strong Yaku. Get cards with good Yaku first. As you grow accustomed to the game, looking at your opponent's cards while in play will provide you with a hint as to which Yaku they are likely to complete. Preventing your opponent from obtaining the cards for their Yaku when you can is also incredibly effective. Ooh. In short, if your opponent is one card away from forming a Yaku, it will behoove you to seize that card from the table before they have the chance. Take away the cards your opponent needs for Yaku. That's cheap. It is strategic. Yes, Hanafuda is a game of strategy. Rather than leaving the outcome to pure chance, taking stock of the cards in your hand and on the table beforehand to see which Yaku you can easily achieve at the start of the match is a highly recommended habit. The satisfaction you'll feel at a successful Yaku is truly incomparable. Make strategies for building Yaku. A still greater range of possible strategies beyond the simply forming a Yaku exists as well. You can choose to whittle your opponent's score down bit by bit through declaring game at every opportunity, or to hold out and wait for a big score that will sink them utterly. But please remember that your opponent is free to use your noble phantasms just as you are, and aiming for a specific Yaku may prove to be futile. If you should find yourself in this situation, aim well at your opponent's weak points, and strike at them however the situation allows. Resistance against Ilya is futile, so if you meet her, just give up. Laceret? Please show a bit more discretion. And moreover, Milady is not an opponent who shall be so easily defeated in battle. Gotcha. Let me see. My best advice to you would simply be this. Develop a consistent strategy for battle and forge ahead. I see. Indeed, with that, allow me to offer my appreciation for viewing this tutorial to the end. Yeah, thanks. This brings us to the end of the tutorial. Good luck, and may the goddess of victory smile upon you. Do your best, alright? I want to see the noble phantasm, let's go.
Yeah, so we're probably not gonna do this all on stream like we did with Castle Servants. I'm just gonna do enough to get the gist of it, I think. Oh, great, the story too. Happened a little over half a year ago. This is the story of birth and friendship of a servant-master pair in a different world.
Oh no, oh yes.
I announce Wait, is this Rin? Yeah, I think this might be Rin.
I announce, thy body shall be under my command.
It took too long. It was just a summoning ritual, you know. Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm falling. Starting today, I will practice the dual wielding style. So I'd like to be both the golden one and the silver one. No, I don't know anything about Tiger Pet and Shinai. Just hurry up and hand them over, you lowly goddess. Warg? A new type, natural disaster? Bloom has appeared out of nowhere, sniping my solar plexus from high in the sky at a sharp angle. Sorry, a small mistake on my part. I came flying here because I was summoned. I just happened to slip up on the landing. Let me start by offering you my gratitude. Thank you for breaking my fall, Flesh Futon-san. I don't really know what's going on, but as long as you thank me, whatever. How unexpected. The unidentified object that fell from the sky was a polite young lady in Buruma. But don't call me a flesh futon. Also, you're not what I would call polite after all. Ouch, that hurts. Get off of me, you brute. Hack, my head's going to crack, it's going to crack. Oh, I see now. You must be a gorilla. Having a horse or a dragon as your steed is so old-fashioned. I'll use you and assume the mantle of cavalry girl. Goridier.
Gory Rider.
Gory Rider. No way. Kill me first. I don't want to pair up with such an embarrassing servant. Eek. Well, I don't want to fight with something like that either. Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean, servant? You're the one called, so shouldn't you be the servant? What are you talking about? I was summoned as a master. There was an opening for one more, so being a magus, I was asked to participate. So on my way here, I summoned a servant that would be to my liking. Looking around. Looking around as well. There's no one else around. It is clear that you are my servant. Nonsense? What an absurdity. Must I become a subordinate of this lowly, oh god of Babylonia? More importantly, wouldn't it make more sense if I'm the master and this lowly is a servant? Yeah, if you go by the pre-first generation theory. However, the new generation is the era of archetype inversion. The small dominating the large is a top-class Moe attribute. Got it?
I think we're getting into this, like, old school, like, just anime tropes.
The older generation cannot understand the values of the new. Onesan doesn't really know, but do you mean to say that we return to the time of Vicky the Viking?
Okay, I don't know what that is.
You are the brat that keeps fooling adults. Like a gluttonous demon lowly Viking. I feel like something completely unrelated has made its way in there. Well, there is some truth to what you say.
Okay.
Some truth, huh?
Sorry, okay, I think the translators inserted their own obscure reference there because no one would get whatever the original Japanese was. It says here, Vicky the Viking is a Germany and Austria... Oh, wait, no, it is... Wait, is it Japanese? Oh, it is Japanese, never mind, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's, or, no. Yep, okay. Sorry, it says it has another name in Germany and Austria, but, yeah, it's seems to be an anime. Or, no. Okay, yeah. This is really confusing. It seems to have been a co-production between Japan, Germany, and Austria.
That's an interesting collab. Vicky the
Yeah.
Viking, huh?
Let's see, it's from the 70s. Wow. I'll have to look into that later. Okay, anyway.
We are the type of characters supposed to fight head-on, so you just follow along quietly, okay? Myself aside, you can't live on without attacking where you are driven back, can you? It is just as you say. Such persuasive power with that lonely face. Somehow, I also feel that you are more like a master. If you understand, good. Then time to introduce myself. I am Iliasfiel. It's long, so just Ilya is fine. What about you? I know the class name, so that's done. Your true name?
Wait, what is she?
Last name?
Is she a saber? Or is she a lancer?
Hold on. Could it be that you... Uh-huh. Don't remember a thing. Class must be saber? And my weapon is feminine charm? Nope. Neither saber nor charm. You're a cruel master, Ilya-chan. Can't you even trust your very own servant? I am 100% sure that you are a servant. However, as for your abilities, we will have to see. I'll give you my trust only after I learn about your abilities as a heroic spirit. So, do you really remember nothing, not even your own name? Unbelievable. Such a thing is usually some sort of contrivance.
It's pronounced contrivance, by the way.
Unsharp P9 and outlook on life. But it's true, I can't remember it all. What class am I? I would like to know too.
It's got to be either lancer or berserker, I think.
Really? She doesn't even know what a servant she is. I mean, what servant she is? That's amusing. I am looking forward to when she realizes. Do you know? Then tell me. I don't care which one it is, but I'd sure feel better knowing it. Nuh-uh. Everything follows the law of equivalent exchange. Tell me what you're hiding. I will tell you... tell me what you're hiding, I'll let you know. Through that body, most definitely. That hellish devil face. But it's not like I'm keeping a secret in keeping secret anything in particular. I just remembered my true name, but because I fully intend to betray, I'm keeping it a secret. Darn it, I carelessly let my true intention slip. Well, I'm a bit proud of my inability to keep secrets, so my master can feel relieved hereafter. Certainly an honest servant. Alright, I'll make sure to keep one command spell at all costs. The final order will be to run circles around a tree for your entire life. Yeah, returning a dark joke with dark humor. My master is so promising. Kiki, I will make you use all the command spells by any means. Well, whatever. A servant and a master can have that sort of relationship too. But without knowing your true name, we can neither plan strategies nor decide on your title. Can you not think of any fighting style you're confident with? In that case, perhaps I should be known as Tora. Yes, Servant Tora. Tora? Oh, a tiger you mean. Very well. I shall call you Taiga. Eh? How come only that word is in English? Since you're German, shouldn't you say tiger? Taiga is shorter. Didn't I say the small dominates the large? Then let's go, Taiga. First, as I had promised, we'll go report to the church. Wah! Don't call me Taiga.
Were we doing
Wow.
this?
They're actually traveling. Oh my. I see. Basically, we must defeat the masters of all the other 6 teams, right? Yes. The masters each have a star piece, so we must defeat them one by one to take their stars. The Holy Grail ultimately appears before the team that has collected all 7 stars and grants our wish. Wonderful! That means if I manage to win the Grail, even impossible dreams like getting my own individual scenario would be within my grasp.
There's only 7 opponents. And I guess we could probably do this on stream after all, but maybe not all in one sitting.
Of course. Heroine of school, heroine of locked room murder mysteries, heroine of world conquest. You can get whatever you want. It seems our wishes are alike, Taiga. We may be discontent with each other, but shouldn't we collaborate to achieve our goals? Okay, I like that, Ilya-chan. Until we get the Holy Grail, we are one in body and soul. There will be no one that lies between us. But only until we get the Holy Grail. Of course, Taiga. There is but one Holy Grail in this world. Awesome, let's go for it. Goal number 1, a paradise for me and me only. No objections. Any obstacle shall be obliterated. Well, they're happy. And thus, Taiga and I will participate in this war as a team. I have command spells on a servant, so you should have no complaints here, right?
Looks like there's nothing left for me to say. All the servants have already gathered, but every rule has an exception. Very well, if you truly seek the Holy Grail, then you shall take that wish, and with it consume the wishes of the others.
A wish eating other wishes? Isn't this Holy Grail war thing just about beating everyone up? What you talking about?
Is that new slang you made up yourself, young lady? What you talking about? May not be my style, but it may be well suited to someone like you.
That ain't no new slang, cracker. Taiga, what Kotsumine is saying is... Whatever, just get out there and do what you like with your opponents. Really? But besides that, Ilya-chan, why is that cracker making that face? Did something bad happen to him? Like losing his wallet or maybe not getting much screen time in the original story? Taiga, you don't talk about things like that. You don't talk about things like someone's face right in front of them. That is Kotomina's true nature. Always gloomy, a black curtain, and no matter how much he tries, he has a disheveled hair in the back. Well, he is the kind of character, so no one minds it. Look, he seems to be offended. Let us end this topic here. I see. I thought I'd make friends with a fellow overlooked character. Guess I ought to give up. Yeah? What if you catch the no screen time bug from him?
Is that all? In that case, hurry up and leave. It appears the two of you need not be instructed about the rules. Do as your instincts tell you. You shall wander about the town and pick fights with the other masters the way you see fit.
Yes, sir. We like this plan. As expected of a priest. I barely said a word, yet you saw right down to my character.
Oh no, you were looking too much into it. A discerning eye may, well, be due to this work, yet I cannot appraise that which is 0 to begin with. 0 multiplied by anything remains a 0. A man of my talent cannot give an estimate of your worth.
Now that I look, he's a pretty handsome priest, isn't he? May even make my heart flutter just a bit. As fellow minor characters sharing a drink or two, how about it? Oh, she put on the lipstick now.
Yeah.
Oh, and just chop that mop.
Young lady, joke or not, this is not something an unmarried woman is permitted to speak of.
Wow. Kotomine, there's blood coming out of your fist. I never imagined there could be a human being capable of upsetting this man.
Well then, continue this unhappy conversation any further is nothing but a waste of time. The master located at the enemy residence is easy to defeat. How about heading there for a test of your abilities?
Aw, thanks for the heads up. We're most grateful for this useful bit of information. You ready, Ilya-chan? Yes. I already set it as our first target. There is no need for Kotomi to tell me that. Great, then let's go. See ya, priest. We'll bring you a souvenir or something once you get the growl. See? I can't even tell if my servant is actually greedy or not. That's how it is, so see you later, okay?
I should be waiting with no expectations at all.
I did not expect her to flirt with him.
Yeah.
Alright, off to Shido's place first. Our destination is clear. Shall we go raid it with the force of a rampaging dump truck now?
Later, I gotta look up to see if Jaguar Warrior and Rasputin have any My Room lines together.
My thoughts exactly. I, Tora, have nothing like an older sister's role for anyone named Shido, but I still think we ought to take care of him right from the start. Or rather, I shall have him pay for making light of his big sister. You're quite right. Yes, we'll make Shido know his true place. For that, how about we have a friendly little warm-up? What's with the scary face, Ilya-chan? What, is it unrequited love? Or maybe just bloodthirst pouring out? Yes. I'm the type that just enjoys her games. Hey, stop hiding and come out already, Wakame-san.
Oh boy. I had to look this up recently, but do you know what wakame is?
Seaweed.
Yeah. Not bad at all, young lady. As expected of a magus chosen by a master. Not much to look at, yet already an adult on the inside.
I didn't even bother coloring him.
Too bad you came all the way to Japan only to have it in here. Why, you may ask? Because your servant will soon become mine. Come now, don't make it painful for yourself and just transfer the master's role to me.
Who's that? Somebody you know, Ilya-chan? He looks kind of pale, though. Don't know him. Must be the character that's supposed to get beaten up. Not even colored. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Like a tutorial dummy. Not a lot of lines and probably safe to ignore altogether. Oh, I see. Just a passerby. That means I can just beat him up. What a relief. He was starting to look like one of my students, so I thought, what would I do if that's one of his relatives?
I'm 100% a student of yours, you useless teacher. And what kind of a person goes around beating up passerby in the first place? Besides, why are you even here, Fujimura? A support character needs to act support character-like. Go back to the Fujimura residence. That's the one place that doesn't even have a background made. Eat an orange and go to bed. Wow, they actually don't have a background for that, huh?
Yeah.
Guess maybe we won't get to meet her grandfather after all.
Aw.
I have some business to settle with this young lady. No time to waste on the middle-aged shags.
Say, Ilya-chan, mind if I teach him some manners? Sure, do as you please. This will be a good warm-up. Use him to show me your strength. Roger. Heh. Better watch out, baby. Watch me fighting for too long, and before you know it, you may just become my apprentice instead.
Huh? Why are you coming at me? Ain't you got nothing to do? It got nothing to do with you, Fujimura. Hey, this is the Holy Grail War, you know. Not a scene for a violent school teacher to show up in, you know.
A perfect teacher like Fujimura Taiga I am not. I am Tora, a heroic spirit of the tiger that brutalizes strangers for the sake of her wish.
Nonsense. Young lady, is this your servant? For real? No kidding? I don't want this. I don't even want to win. Oh, I'll never get to... I'll never make you get pre-release Arrowgate for me again. Come back, Ryder.
Oh, that face.
Oh, guess that's what the title was.
I hope you can use your noble phantasm.
You know, I'll try to. But there's the NP button right there, so... Oh, NP details. Limited dojo.
Why's it gotta be that face? Wait, there's Mato Zoken as one too?
Oh yeah, it just shows all the enemies.
Oh no. Oh man, these character options. Ooh,
Yeah.
Kazuki would be fun. Punching with him would be great, but old man.
Oh god, so this is this whole collection of noble phantasms? Jeez. Okay, anyway. I've already forgotten everything I learned, but
Fancy pictures. What?
Why
is he so mad?
Sure.
I want the super fancy one. The one on the left.
Yeah. Alright, wait, what? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, we got 3 lights.
Might as well go fancy.
Wait, can I matching stuff with my own hand here? Can I... Oh, no. Okay, I misunderstood that.
Oh, that worked out. Good.
Okay, yeah. Was there a reason not to declare a game, or does it end if we say game?
I mean, I think game takes up some of their points.
Yeah.
やったスキャリーこのまま勝つわよ
いい気になるなよ
Okay,
Okay, he has 2 points left.
okay, yeah. Okay, so that part's... Oh,
I want that mysterious black and red card.
that was a drag. But don't we, like, not want this card?
Yeah, apparently that guy's meh.
Oh, oops. Well.
Hey, that worked out. Ooh,
Ooh, we...
steal the pig.
Yeah. Oh. We're close to being able to do, you know, Shikacho, but need the right cards. Let's quite... Actually, no, it's over, right? Or... No, he's still got 1 point. No, they'll leave him with 1 point, so Koi.
私ってばついてるじゃん種カス
Okay.
Yay!
やったスキャリー
やったわば
Victory.
Mwahaha! Fujimura Taiga ain't going to lose to a youngin' just yet.
Go me! I put a scratch on me, yet my heart hurts so much. Hey, you useless teacher. What the hell's happening? All I did was lose at Hanafuda, didn't I?
You yourself caused a damage because of the weakness of your heart. The connection between the body and soul is mystic, not organic, something like that. In other words, let your heart break and your spine will follow.
Wow. I don't really get it, but you sure did well, Taiga. I mean, to knock down an opponent without even using your shinai.
Oh no, fighting is not just about violence. I mean, second to none in strength as I am. It'd still be a waste to not show some intelligence as an adult once in a while.
That's it. Losing to Fujimura is an intellectual game. That's the biggest shock. Ooh, what has gone wrong with my head?
Look, this game still has luck involved. It seems to not be so much intelligence as intuition, I think.
It's an intellectual game. Use your head. You don't win by just clicking randomly. Yeah, about that. Damn, had I been a little nicer to the old man who wanted to play Hanafuda every New Year. Had I got enough experience, even I could have landed a hit or two.
The loser sure can whine. Like, Nessan, this guy's too strong. We can't win. Come on, let's run home and go read Betsuma shoujo manga and go to bed early. Cry some more and go away, Whitey.
Forget about the color. I'll treat for today. I'll remember this. Next time, I'll really learn the rules. And also, I am of the Hanayume, another shoujo manga school, you pleb. Not too familiar with either of those, but I don't really read a lot of. I don't really do a lot of shoujo stuff.
Same. Sirens. A narrow mind leads to a quick downfall.
I feel like I've heard the name Hanayume before, though. But...
Well then, that's it for the appetizers. Ready, Ilya-chan? Cry as much as you like, but there's no return from this bloody road. Should you choose to turn back, now's the only chance.
What a question. Victory is what we came to this town for. I have no other goal. And besides, there's nowhere for me to go back to.
I don't know what you mean, but I like the spirit. Alright, now for the first round. We're going to beat up that lovey-dovey couple till neither of them can stand.
Saber, 1 second. We have half the rice left over, so I'm thinking we could fry it.
Since it is leftover, then I will indeed be taking some. However, today's meal, the Salisbury steak, was perfectly exquisite. Adding chahan to this menu may be crossing the line to gluttony, I fear. Munch munch.
But your bowl's your bowl's already empty, isn't it? I'll have some too, so I'll be gone in a flash. It'll be gone in a
I
flash.
like how he has the bandana here.
Yeah. Look, just make a bit of space on the table. I'll make some fried rice with the fresh lettuce.
This is... how brilliant. The harmony of glistening white rice with juicy green vegetables. Indeed, Munch, one more bowl is but a matter of course, and 2 is quite likely. Munch, munch, munch.
I see. Well then, feel free to dig right in. I'll start cleaning up, and let's go to the dojo when we're done. You see, the church gave us a call saying that the Holy Grail War has started.
Holy Grail War? Speaking of which, Shiro, there was this object in the mail this morning.
What the heck is that? A crystal ball with a patchy pattern?
It seems to be a zebra pattern, and it ought to be some kind of sacred relic. To fight over possession of one, most likely, the very objective of this war.
Things are going to get troublesome again. Shall we go ahead and give it back to Kotomine and tell him not to nominate people for random fights?
It's kind of dangerous to just keep it in the mail. He's just mailing them out. Oh well. Mogyu? No, that's wrong, Shiro. I suspected it for a while, but you really have no selfish desires. No, it is certainly one of your virtues. However, I believe there is no sin in spoiling yourself once in a while.
What is it, Saber? Stare at me as much as you like, but there's no seconds left.
This is not what I'm talking about. Listen, Shiro, I'm saying that you, as a wholesome human being, must have one practical, clearly defined objective. No, as my master, having one is but a matter of course.
Grasping chopsticks for emphasis doesn't really make it any more convincing, but let's say that's true. What kind of objective are we talking about, for example?
That does not even need to be said. Right this moment, are you not devoting your whole life to your one and only hobby, cooking?
So that's how Saber sees it.
His one and only hobby. Then, there's but one thing to wish for. In order to polish your cooking skills to perfection, and to ensure a continuous supply of provisions, you need to find the ideal working space. In other words, the one thing you require, Shiro, is a specialty shop where you can cook wherever you please, or whenever you please. In order to make that happen, I will aid you to the utmost of my ability. And on the dawn of our victory, I shall gladly join your enterprise in the role of Quality Control Director.
Use the power of the Holy Grail to establish my own shop? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. A meaningful wish that combines my hobby with practical benefit, clearly. Are you not happy, Shiro?
Well, if I had a shop, it would certainly become a way of life and a hobby. It's not that I dislike cooking, but it's not something I'd like to do around the clock either. Besides, I wouldn't be able to cook for you when you want me to. It's not cooking itself that I like, it's seeing it make you happy, Saber.
It's the same for me. But it seems I am the only one that benefits that way, while you're doing nothing but losing. You ought to look back too, Shiro. Have you not taken your skills this far? You have taken your skills this far. Have you not considered opening up your own studio at all?
I already have, a long time ago. There's just one customer, but that's plenty for me. In any case, the one doing the sampling is none other than a king. As far as being trusted with the kitchen, there's nothing more I could desire.
You know. Indeed. How foolish of me. There is no need to wish for a miracle. Being the one to taste Shiro's cooking is a luxury. Hwah! That is the King's Restaurant. Sweet, way sweet. Oh, so sweet, I'm gonna die. So embarrassing, your niche on can't handle it, or can't stand it. Here, what's with the don't have a wish crap, Shiro? You hack. What are you doing now, Shiro? What you are doing now, Shiro, is no more than just feeding a wild beast. Wake up and realize the siren's tricking you already. Taiga? Iliasville, is something wrong? You have some odd clothes on, aren't you cold? No, I am not Fujine, the playful and yum-yum sexy teacher that you know. What a description. Ah yes, yum-yum sexy teacher. You and me are enemies in the Holy Grail War, unable to comprehend each other. Yum-yum? The sound of that somehow whets my appetite. Shiro, what is yum-yum?
Well, it's not something Fujine lacks, I guess.
Absolutely not. No one like Fujine exists. We are Tora and Buruma, the hungry beasts that feast on the lovey-dovey couples of the world. And Saber-chan, yum-yum is when you have white rice painted with all-purpose black seasoning saying, "I'm for lunch."
No matter how you look at it, that's got to be Fujine with the only suspicious, with an openly suspicious style of speech she has.
Yes. These are Taiga and Iliasville dressed in strange clothing. That said, they've not been around recently. Did you go on a trip? Oh, for the love of... No. Jeez. It's just the same as always up to here. Time to freshen it up. If it comes to this, I'll just destroy the whole earth. No way. This is not possible? Shiro, something's wrong. The fried rice, the beautiful lettuce fried rice that you made is changing into a strange card.
Yeah, this is bad, Saber. This Fujine and Ilya could really be Fujine and Ilya.
Why oh why are you so dense? Was there...
Like, yeah, the titles go by so fast.
よし行くぞ。
やるからには本気でいきます。
Right,
Saber!
はい、シロ。
oh wait, I can actually use my NP? Or a card that would allow me... Okay.
お茶冷めるぞ。
こっちのものね。
Got nothing.
Dang.
ケチ。よし、ゲット。
すまん、セイバー。
Yep, nothing again.
ついてないなあ。戦力補充です。これも実力よ。
As soon as we can call something, I think we should.
Yeah.
カス。
Game. Because they're so close to getting something too.
Yeah.
スキャリー。
So that we only do 1 point of damage, so...
しまった。
Okay.
Man, I can't wait to use this noble phantasm.
Yeah.
仕掛けてきませんね。
I mean, I think, based on what I think they used their Noble Phantasm right away, so it's just gonna, like, just flash the art on screen for a second, it looks like.
兵糧攻めですか。行きます。無念です。 戦力補充です。バビロニアの神を感謝します。
シェー。
数があればいいというものでもない。
Okay, at least we're all getting bad card pulls.
Wait, can I not use this? Drawing a card that would...
お茶冷めるぞ。
I have 7 MP, but I don't know what...
今日の夕飯何するかな。
おう、知った。とことんやってやろうじゃないの。
Yeesh, these are kind of bad pulls. Oh well, it's only one option.
Yep. Just trying to figure out what the Noble Phantasm thing, because if I'm reading it right, I should be able to use it. There it is.
やる気ですね。上等です。今日の夕飯は何でしょうか。
I don't know what that really did for me, but
I guess we can see the top card, but it doesn't really work for us no matter what for this one.
ちょうどいい
This
ハン
is
デ
just
だわ
unlucky.
先に取れた
well,
お客さんお勘定
全然効かぬシロ我々の
Sheesh,
勝
that
利
hurt.
yep.
やったなセイバー
All right.
ここからは本気よ
Let's do that. Oh, well,
勝負あった
guess we lost that one.
Dang.
あんまり効かぬ
A Cuisine King, long live. Or long live Cuisine King. Okay.
Good job, Saber. That was a nice win. How about we drop by the shopping district on the way back?
Use a command
Oh
spell.
god. I think that's it for now.
Yeah. Redo later.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
So, man, and we have to start from the beginning if we if I click this, what happens? Okay, we can skip old cutscenes at least, but
Oh, thank you, game.
use the command skill to skip a battle.
No.
Oh god.
But she knew it was easy.
任せなさ
Yeah,
い
it's so tricky though. You actually have to use the command spells like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess using it towards the end is fine. But at the very beginning, nah.
Yeah.
たくさんあっても面倒なんだけどね
Mm.
どうしてだ
Yeah,
よ
in this one we don't even have the MP gauge, so we can't use a normal phantasm.
ここから華麗な大逆転よあ
ショータイム
あ
ショショショショーミン早くしなよ
カス
Yay!
スキアリ
うざいね
ーこのまま勝つわよ
いい気になるなよ
Okay.
Having to partially rely on luck is painful.
Yeah.
いいんだよねこんなにもらって
あ
Castle Servant has a degree of randomness too, but like you can overpower the enemy if you know what you're doing. Or just grind it out to get all the characters.
Fancy Moon.
参考
Game.
まだまだ
Bye, Shinji.
甘い
そんな
Alright, if we don't beat them this time, we'll call it there for the day, but... Let's see. Okay.
任せなさい手加減は不要ですね
Yeah, take that.
愛が足りないぜ
セイバ
はい白ずるーんこれが人と英霊の差であります
Fancy Moon.
Yep.
This seems better already based
Yeah.
on luck.
Got the good ribbon.
Ooh, fancy
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, alright. This one's going much better.
Might as well drop a normal one. keep a ribbon just because if they steal it, that'd be bad.
気合入ってねえのである。ああ、持ってけ持ってけ。ついてないな。
Oh, that hurts. Hey, at least something.
Yeah.
この程度で。バビロニアの神を感謝します。
Good draw.
むむむ
Oh wow.
先走りすぎたみたいだ。
白を
Are they losing?
Yeah, but now no progress
こんなは
is
ずじゃな
made.
かったのに。この3枚はまとめてしまいま
Like
した。
now we have NP and they don't, so I guess that's helpful.
そんなのまで使うのか。
Ah,
Piggy.
yep.
降参するならば今のうちです。
Uh-oh.
They said the written one's good too, so.
Yeah.
そんなところにあったのね。
Oh, they got
隠したりし
lights.
ないでよね。
Okay, they're they keep declaring koi koi. Well,
ごちそうさまでした。
Okay, 4 points wasn't as bad as last time.
こ
yeah.
の道場を渡す
Still, gosh darn it.
タイガが情けないからこうなるのよ。
Still only barely understanding what I'm doing.
Do fancy cards, except for the man. The sussy dude.
Mhm.
うん、いけそうだな。
Wait, huh? How was I? I'm confused. Yeah.
Sheesh.
よーし、行く
Yeah, it's good to use.
やる気ですね。上等です。
That doesn't really help.
Yeah.
まあいいか。
全軍突撃。
Well, got 1 point
What?
left.
白、
I mean, there's
我々の
there's
勝利
hope.
です。
あやったな、セイバー。
むむむ、お主できるな。降参するならば今のうちです。
Hmm.
兵糧攻め
Getting
です
the
か。
beer seems good.
Yeah.
こっちのものね。
And wow, I love what Saber said. Is this a starvation strategy?
Yeah.
I mean, if we could win like that, that would be amazing.
Yeah, it's over.
全軍突
Dang.
撃。
I Hanafuda game.
Yeah. I do want to see how this ends, but I think actually I need to learn how to food it properly.
Yeah, since the storyline does seem fun.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, did that unlock anything over here? No.
Darn.
Well, it's been 4 hours. I guess we could probably call it there for today. Alright, so, yep, thanks for watching, everyone. We'll be back to the main story tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'll try to figure out what I'm going to do about that Hanafuda game. See if there's some way I can get around the difficulty or just learn how to play it. Alright, yeah, so I'll see y'all then.